Okay, gonna call to order our board meeting for today, Bakersfield City School District Board of Education. Starting with a roll call. Mike Eggert.
Present.
CCB.
Here.
Brooke Malley-Alt.
Here.
Laura Guerrero Salgado.
Here.
And I'm here as well. We'll make a quick announcement. Before we begin, want to take a moment to address an important update for our audience. Agenda item I3 has been amended to clearly state that no employees will be laid off as a result of tonight's action. I understand that discussions around these topics can bring uncertainty, and I want to reassure everyone that we remain committed to supporting our staff. I will be stating that again at 6 o'clock, just so everybody knows. I just wanted to put it out there before we begin. Item number A2, public comments. Do we have any requests to address the board yet?
No.
Awesome, okay. So moving on to item number 3, adjournment to closed session.
This is Laura. I move that we. This is Chris. I second.
Thank you. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All righty. Going to closed. Reconvening, meeting of the Bakersfield City School District Board of Education. We are at item C1. That's reconvening. It is recommended to reconvene the open session to open session and accept the revised board agenda, which includes the updated and amended resolution for action for agenda item I3. So quick note about this. Thank you all for taking the time to attend tonight's meeting. I truly appreciate your presence and engagement. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to address an important update for our audience. Agenda item I3 has been amended to clearly state that no employees will be laid off as a result of tonight's action. I understand that discussions around these topics can bring uncertainty, and I want to reassure everyone that we remain committed to supporting our staff. As we begin tonight's meeting, I ask my fellow board members to consider a motion and second to accept the revised board agenda, which includes the updated and amended action for item I3.
This is Laura. I motion that we approve the amended agenda. This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. We have a motion. Any discussion on this motion? Great. Seeing none, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. So we will move on to our open session as normal then and go on to item number 2, pledge to the flag.
I would like to invite Girl Scout Troop 8299 up to the podium to lead us in this evening's flag salute. You have to stand up. Before they begin, I'd like to share some details about this troop. Girl Scout Troop 8299 is a group of young individuals who love to make the world a better place, starting right here in our community. Some of these scouts have been together for 8 years since starting Girl Scouts in kindergarten. As part of their promise and law, they are honest and fair, friendly and helpful, responsible for what they say and do, and use resources wisely. The troop's main focuses are community service, career exploration, and civic engagement. They also sell cookies. My Thin Mints. They also sell cookies to fund all of their projects, troop supplies, and travel. They recently completed their democracy badge and are proud to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, just as they do for their opening ceremonies at the top of every troop meeting. Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led in both English and Spanish. Troop 8299, will you please lead us now in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now in Spanish. Yo prometo a la libertad, a los Estados Unidos de América y a la República que representa una nación bajo Dios indecible con libertad y justicia para todos. You may be seated.
And if the troop would come join us for a photo. You guys have to be in the front. You were awesome. That was perfect. I love that you guys wear your uniform stuff. You're so good. Go over just a little bit more. A little bit more.
Your parents take pictures. Every smile. And one more picture, please. One, two, one, two.
Get it?
All right.
All right, here
Alrighty, moving on to item number 3. That is a report, closed session action. I'll be reporting out on that. During its recently concluded closed session, the board voted to reject a claim for damages from GE Senior against Bakersfield City School District. The vote was unanimous. Also, during its recently concluded closed session, the board voted to reject a claim for damages from MO against Bakersfield City School District. The vote was unanimous. Moving on to item number 4, recognition of BCSD Education Foundation directors, event sponsors, and check presentation. BCSD Foundation directors will recognize the event sponsors.
I think we got most of our directors here.
I want to invite up our Ed Foundation directors and to share a little bit about what this team does for our district. So this team leads the charge on events throughout the course of the school year to raise funds that go back to our classroom teachers in the form of teacher grants, as well as Camp Keep ridership sponsorship. So as our students go to Camp Keep in 5th or 6th grade, our Ed Foundation steps up and supports our school sites through funding those trips. And so let's welcome our board forward. Let's come on forward, folks. And I would invite to the podium and Alfonso, Mr. Rivera, come on up and share a little bit about what's going on here. Congratulations, thank you.
Good evening. Oop. Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, President Anthony Fuentes, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Mark Lukey, esteemed educators, and members of the community. My name's Alfonso Rivera, and I have the privilege of serving as the president of the BCSD Education Foundation Board. As someone who attended the Bakersfield City School District as a child, this moment holds special significance for me. It's truly an honor to stand before you today, not just to present a financial contribution, but to give back to the very community that helped shape my own education journey. I want to take a moment to emphasize that our partnership with BCSD is built on mutual respect for district policies and the valuable time of its staff. The foundation is fully committed to operating with transparency and ensuring that all of our efforts align with the district's educational mission while providing meaningful support to endeavors and students alike. It's with great pride that I present a check for over $52,000 raised through, go ahead, you can clap. It's kind of a big deal. Through our Teddy Bear Picnic fundraiser. This incredible achievement reflects the generosity of our sponsors, community partners, and every individual who believes that investing in education is investing in the future of our community. These funds will directly support several key programs, grant programs, designed to enhance learning opportunities for our students. Polly Robinson Memorial Reading Incentive Grants. Grants of up to $1,200 per school site to encourage and promote literacy development through creative reading programs and activities. BCSD Academic Competition Chess Grants, providing up to $600 per school site annually to foster critical thinking and strategic skills through chess activities and competitions. Many grants ranging from $100 to $1,000. These grants help fund innovative classroom projects, scientific activities, and other enriching experiences directly benefiting our students. Technology grants, up to $1,000 for individual educators and up to $2,000 for collaborative projects designed to integrate modern technology into the classroom to enhance the learning experience. Our grants have enabled teachers across the district to implement innovative educational programs. For example, in 2003, the foundation awarded over $65,000 to support a wide range of special projects in science, art, music, and engineering. These funds allowed teachers to introduce creative programs that enrich students' educational experiences, whether it's hands-on science experiments, engineering challenges, or interactive art installations. These projects empower students to think critically, collaboratively, effectively, and engage with students in meaningful new ways. I also want to take a moment to recognize all of our sponsors whose incredible generosity made this contribution possible. Your collective support reflects a shared commitment to empowering educators and providing meaningful opportunities for our students. The success of these programs also reflects the unwavering support of our broader community, parents, volunteers, and local businesses who stand behind our educators and students every step of the way. These grants help ensure that every student, regardless of their background or circumstance, has access to the resources they need to reach their full potential. Looking ahead, the foundation is committed to developing new initiatives that address emerging educational needs, including mental health support, digital literacy, and access to advanced STEM opportunities. If you're inspired by the impact of these programs, I encourage you to get involved with the BCSD Education Foundation, whether through sponsorship, volunteering, or simply spreading the word. Together, we can continue making a difference in the lives of our students. As president of the foundation board, and as someone who once sat in the classrooms of BCSD, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to President Anthony Fuentes, Superintendent Mark Lukey, the entire Board of Trustees, BCSD leadership, and especially our dedicated teachers. Your passion, your commitment to our students are the driving forces behind everything that we do. I also want to recognize my fellow board members of the BCSD Education Foundation. Your dedication and hard work behind the scenes have been instrumental in making initiatives like these possible. Together, we remain committed to ensuring that every student in our district has access to the best educational opportunities available. I also want to thank all of our sponsors and supporters once again. Your generosity ensures that we can continue investing in the future, our district, and providing meaningful opportunities to every student. And of course, none of this would be possible without the determination and enthusiasm of our students. Your hard work is the reason we're all here today. Let's continue working together to ensure that every child in the Bakersfield City School District has access to resources and opportunities they need to learn, grow, and succeed. As Helen Keller once said, alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. Together, let's keep making the future possible for every single student in our district. Thank you. And before I forget, I also want to mention our new initiative, which is Camp Keep. Thank you.
Where do we go?
This side. This is it.
There's a lot of parents that want to do the round, but they don't have favorite clothes. So, yeah, okay. If you can somebody sponsor a parent, or if you do like $20, you're sponsoring 4 kids.
Alrighty, we're going to move on to item number 5, recognition of students for first place honors at the BCSD Spelling Bee.
Good evening, President Fuentes and Board of Trustees. Today we are celebrating honoring our Region 1 and 2 Spelling Bee winners. I always have the privilege to be there, and the words that they say and they're able to spell and know what they even mean is just absolutely amazing. Kudos to the teachers that coach our kiddos. So our first winner is for Region 1 is Vittorio Lozano Chang from Fletcher Elementary. For our Region 2 winner, it is Hayden Allen and Downtown School. Thank you.
All right, one more.
All the way down. We're really going to give you some cards tonight.
Parents, please go ahead and come on in the middle, get a picture if you'd like, or if you'd like.
They all What were the winners?
Go on, stay frozen.
Can we come over?
Yes, please.
It's your moment, guys.
Anybody? What was the winning word for you? Barely. Oh. I know,
Good
right?
job, guys. Alrighty then, thank you. Moving on to item number C6, excellence in BCSD Employee Recognition Program.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure and honor every month to introduce to you our recipients of our Excellence in Education recipients. And this evening, I'd like to start in the category of caring. I would like to introduce and help me join in congratulating Virginia Mata, Office Assistant at Pioneer Drive Elementary. We also have Amy Hansen, Reading Intervention Specialist from College Heights Elementary. And Celisa Berg, teacher at Voorhees Elementary. Join me in congratulating Ramona Estrada, Behavioral Intervention Specialist from Eisler Elementary. And continuing in the category of caring, Miss Erin Estep, Principal at Compton Junior High. Girl Scouts are taking pictures. Okay, moving on to the category of collaboration. Please join me in congratulating Gloria Arenas, school clerk from Sequoia Middle School. We also have April Raginden, teacher at Fletcher Elementary. Francisco Lopez, Academy Program Specialist at Nichols Elementary. Danelle Brown, teacher at Curran Middle School. David Ruiz Jaros, Behavioral Intervention Specialist at Williams Elementary. And Michael LaFrenz, teacher at Compton Junior High. Our next value of integrity, please congratulate Jennifer Lopez, teacher at Harding Elementary. Girl Scouts. The paparazzi are here. Continuing in our category of integrity, Michael Rand, lead skilled trades helper from MOF. And a big congratulations to Martine Ramirez, Communications Supervisor for Communications.
I was like, who's taking the picture?
Oh, one more board. One more board. So this is one of our newest categories that we have, and it is for our workplace safety. Please congratulate Michelle Austin, Campus Supervisor at Harris. Okay, now we will be taking a board picture, and let's give our team members a big round of applause, please.
I'm like, my hair never looks like when I think about it. I mean, I guess if I go the same, but realize.
They can fit, yeah, we can keep it for the meeting. What does that look like in there? So good.
Oh my gosh.
Know which ones to let in.
That's so for real.
Give it a second so we can try to get some
Yes,
semblance
it is.
here.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're gonna move seating around a little bit to try to fill up the room.
Okay. There's some out here in the hall, so let's let them get in and then we'll go for it.
All right, so we are going to be proceeding to item number C7, community member request to address Reach for Greatness, Stay Focused contract and mentoring in BCSD schools. Manuel Garizales, that is you.
Good afternoon, Board. I wanted to come back and just talk to you and just get clarification on what we're doing and where we're at. One of the things, I'll just start here, Stay Focused has been helping to mentor and assist at BCSD students since 1992. Principals and school staff called for help with students due to behavior and for crisis intervention. And it all started with Helen Provençal in 1993, and with Principal Leon Ramon Garza. And we were there for about 5 years, every week, mentoring young men. And matter of fact, there's one here that he's back in 93, he's here with his son, and they're in our program. In 2005, State Focus received a 3-year mentoring grant from the U.S. Department of Education. We partnered with BCSD, which also received a mentoring grant, and worked closely with Principal Mike Wessner of Rayford Johnson School and Dr. Vivian Gales, Project Director, to provide mentoring services for youth in need of guidance from caring and qualified adult. Coming alongside parents and school staff. Since then, State Focus Reach for Greatness has partnered with BCSD to provide mentoring services at school assemblies. BCSD has sought a contract with State Focus / Reach for Greatness to choose to keep the agreement with State Focus Reach for Greatness. Since then, the nonprofit awarded the Department of Education grant. Through the years, contract amounts were pursued by BCSD and total amount was negotiated. The contract was State Focused and Reach for Greatness, and the name mentoring program is Reach for Greatness. There is a nonprofit Reach for Greatness. However, BCSD has preferred to keep the contract under State Focus. I have a brochure here that was made back in 2007, and I'd like to give it to you. I have a couple for all the board that Vivian Gales made along with the school board. And what it was, it went to all the parents. It was called Connecting Communities, Safe Schools, Healthy Students. This was from 2007. In the back, they wrote the roadmap of who we are, what we did as a community. And what it was mental health, healthcare, schools, districts, support and families, other parties, and so on, so law enforcement. And they put faith communities, State Focus mentoring, and Reach for Greatness mentoring. This has been since 2007 that they put this together. But even on the contract here, everything is State Focus and Reach for Greatness. Now, it was approved unanimously. And so ever since 2007, we've always been a part in this field. And one of the things that we do have also is being when Dr. Arias came to my office and sat with me for a couple of hours, we talked about partnership, and then from there, we helped Julie Short at Walter Stern do 75 students of her top students that needed help through mentoring. And they put together an invaluable partnership. If I can get that now real quick too. But one of the things I really want to talk to you real quick about is about the neighborhood outreaches and how we go above and beyond and have been providing communities in high needy and de-escalating positive areas that need help, especially for children and safe environment. You know, I went to Fremont. In the summertime, I went to Baker. And then junior high, I went to Kern. And my father's here because he was custodian for 30 plus years. And one of the things was that in my neighborhood, growing up off of Cottonwood and Felix, there was a lot of things that would happen. We wouldn't get out of the neighborhood, so there was a lot of things, activity that needed, I'll say, assistance to. And there's one thing I never forgot where I came from. And reaching the neighborhoods and reaching these kids and looking at what we're doing. You know, just this weekend, I had to speak at a vigil for a young man named Nunu, shot over there in the country. And he was washing his car, working, and he was all over the news. They showed it, they got the clip, and they did a vigil last night. And then Sunday, right there in the corner of Jastro and Belterrace, where you guys have your crosswalk, and to my left, you look, you can see MLK School. There was a shooting at noontime. And what happened was that I was a block away from when it happened. And when it happened, there was 3 little kids in front, and there was 23 casings out there. And when I got there, the parents were shocked of what happened. But what really concerned me was that it was so close to the school. And what I'm seeing now is an uptick again in the violence. But the thing that was so interesting about this was that they were young. They were 15, 16, 17 years old. And this is what you need to understand, is that we've never had any racial wars in our city before. But this one was different because this was blacks on Mexicans. Now, I've dealt with that for decades down in South Central, and we did outreaches down there back in the 90s. But this is real. And the sheriffs came out after that. But one of the things I really want to share with you is that we care about these kids. We've been doing it for 3 decades plus. You see, they were never designed to have broken hearts, but because of the things they're involved in, they see, they become desensitized. Them little kids that were right there, and they start shooting into the house 23 times. I got it on film right here. I wish I could show it to you. 12 o'clock noon. And the thing is that the mother was yelling and screaming. And right when I got there, we were able to condense it or bring it down. But then I had to go back. Why? Because they want to retaliate. But you got to remember, this is right from across the street from MLK School. And then, as far as Emerson, dealing with things in that area as well. And, you know, Ms. Chris Boone, I know that's your area. Emerson, McKinley, also MLK. Mr. Fuentes, I know that 34th Street's your area. And as much as I do in the Willow Apartments there, or Sunrise Apartments, we deal with a lot of different individuals. I got a young man here that you might remember, Mr. Flores, where his son was stabbed right across the street from Foothill, and his other son. His son was killed. Remember, I did the funeral for Mr. Flores. Today, Mr. Flores is my best friend. He's always with us. But this is one of the things we have to remember, where the children come first. You know that Mr. Flores goes every day to the Hillcrest funeral, him and his family, because of little Jose. And I say that because from that level to little kids elementary and what we deal with, these right here are bullets from kids that have been shot, your kids that have been shot at. One of them, that he went to Williams Elementary, and we got him out of town. We flew him and his family back east. My point is, because there's so much stuff that we're dealing with, that a lot of these kids today need a lot of support. And through the mentoring program, I'll say this. Now that I've represented to BCSD with Reach for Greatness State Focus does, I would like to ask BCD a couple of questions and request the response, these questions be sent to me in writing, also via phone call. First, since we had a contract between BCSD and Reach for Greatness State Focus that was unanimously approved by BCSD board on October 22nd, 24, how much longer will the mentoring service provide to your students by Reach for Greatness State Focus be on hold? Second, I would like to know, based on the history of my contracts, how the climate at the school sites we serve have changed since we have not been able to provide mentoring services to your students. I would like the district to get feedback from the administration, from the school sites, on how lack of mentoring services by Reach for Greatness State Focus has affected your students, BCS students, which are the kids in our community. Let me see them clips. I'm done right here. Give me them clips real quick. This right here is from 1999 at Rayford Johnson. The page of everything that we did to help them through all the stuff that we're dealing with, and they put it in the paper. Where's the other one at? Let me see that. Oh, this right. This right here was a plan of attack from the Board of Supervisors and what they did as far as combat gang violence and what we did to help them strategic get it down. Christian Clegg was on television last week. He talked about the violence going down 50+%. And I'll say this, that Stay Focused had a big part of that. But what happened over Saturday and Sunday, it's another uptick to everything that we're dealing with. And not only that, but also the gang violence here as far as gang numbers skyrocket. And the reason why I'm saying this is because these things that are happening around our schools, from Rayford Johnson, Fremont, Sierra, Ramon Garza, Emerson, Pioneer, that whole neighborhood is dense with someone that's active. And it's all about influence. So I'll just say this, that Reach for Greatness is on the front lines. We go above and beyond. We're at CLC, CL Tech, Bridges, Crossroads. So we're in the mix of all that as far as doing on-call mentoring and dealing with the violence in our community, to curb it, to encourage them, to never quit, never give up, but to reach for greatness and go for the goal. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you, and we know that we'll be here for you guys real soon. Thank you.
All right, sir. Sir, thank you for your presentation. Please allow time for the board to reflect on the message, and we will speak to the superintendent individually on those next steps. Number 8, item C8 is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. It is recommended that the minutes of the regular meeting be approved.
This is Chris, so moved.
This is Laura, I second.
Any discussion? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye as well, thank you. Moving on to item number 9. I'm going to read this out loud, and then we'll deal with a stack of comment cards that I have here. So, to our visitors, members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to the school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion so that the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the form provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. The total time allotted for an individual to speak to an item shall not exceed 3 minutes and shall not exceed 15 minutes on any one subject. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to address the board. Now, we do have a little bit of a predicament here on multiple topics. We have more than the 15 minutes allotted, if I'm adding these up correctly. So on one item, there are 8 cards. On another item, there are 27 cards. So I'd be willing to listen to any creative suggestions that we have.
Are they in order by time received, or?
They're in order by topic currently.
Okay.
My question is, the 27 speakers on one topic, is that something that was addressed when we first started the board meeting?
It's the board policy, so
No, I was just asking.
yeah.
They still submit it.
Right.
And normally we start public
we take-
comment.
Yeah, go
We
ahead.
stop at 15 minutes, and if someone wants to make a motion to extend, we do it then. I mean, we don't know what the topics are gonna be about, so I don't know if anyone's like, feels a strong feeling about making that motion now before we've even started the conversation. I don't know the direction.
I'd be perfectly willing to accept a motion. There are, again, only 2 topics that have more than the 15 minutes allotted of time, and those topics are here. One of them is the Reach for Greatness. The other is autism programs. 8 comments as well as 27 comments.
My concern is if we start to listen to the comments, they become redundant. I don't want a like never-ending public comment that keeps going. And so what we, I got to teach at 8 in the morning, so do a lot of other people that are booing me in the other room. So I want to hear from all of you, but we do also have governing business to do. Yeah, so I think that no, I understand that. I'm just expressing my opinion, which is that at previous meetings, the procedure that we have taken is to listen to the public comments. When we get to 15 minutes, we have extended up to another 15 minutes if the conversation was not redundant, is what we have done in the past. And I think that was a good procedure to make sure that we were getting meaningful insights rather than making the decision, unless if someone wants to make a motion before now that has, I don't see anyone else making a motion.
So I don't hear any motions yet, but I see more discussion, so I'll get
Yeah.
Mike and then Laura. Go ahead.
You know, the public has come, the public wants to speak. It is our duty as a board. To allow them to speak.
Is that a motion?
We still have discussion and then we'll
Okay.
possibly
I
take
just,
one.
you know, the public's here. You know, and I don't think it's our fiduciary responsibility to shut the public down. I was not elected here to tell people from speaking that are parents, that are staff members, of their point of view of a program.
Right. I also am going to hop in on discussion after Laura here.
go ahead.
No, you were first. Go ahead.
That's fine. I was just trying to get clarification from you because you said other times we've gone an extra 15 minutes. So were you saying that we'd give 15 minutes on one specific topic and then if then the board approves, give them another 15 minutes, so not letting all 27 speak?
So I'm just saying, that's what we did in the past, was we said, we'll do another 15, or do we want to amend for another 15? That is what we have done as protocol. I was just
Right.
revisiting what we've done in the past and why we've done it to explain that there is a procedure that we have used previously, but our protocols say we only let 15 minutes per topic. That's
Right.
what our protocols say.
Right, but also as a board, we do have the option to vote on extending. I don't think every board meeting we're extending. You know, there's times where we have very few comments, and every speaker that comes here is important, and their voice should be heard. I do understand that we have our protocols and bylaws and rules and everything, but these are two very sensitive topics. So with that being said, I'm willing to sit here regardless of what I have to do in the morning, and I'm willing to listen. So anybody wants to say that?
So what I was going to add to this discussion is a little bit of context for folks who haven't maybe been here before. Oftentimes our meetings go very late, and I know this one will as well. So what I've seen happen at other board meetings, this is not a motion, but just wanted to add it to the discussion. What I've seen happen at other school board meetings sometimes when there are a lot of comments is I've seen other boards reduce the amount of time so that we can still get through everybody's comment, but also not be here past 11 p.m. hopefully. I've seen that happen, and the numbers could look like whatever we want them to, but I do want to make sure all voices are heard. In this discussion ahead of time, before we start to allot 3 minutes for 27 speakers, plus the 8 speakers, another 3 minutes per, I'm not good at math.
Right.
But
That was going to be my question is, I do think that probably the 15 minutes is not enough time to address this. However, I think to get an accurate idea of how much time that would allot, because I do think saturation will occur also at some point, but I don't want to make that decision ahead of time. It may never occur. We may never have repeated topics going. That's possible. But can we do that calculation, how much time that would be?
They're looking about an hour and a half.
Hour and a half plus.
How much? But included with the other.
That's
It's actually
just
45.
one
It's actually
of the
45.
topics. So that's 90 minutes for one topic.
120 minutes.
2 hours.
Or what we,
2 hours.
So, to be clear, there are 40 comments, which at 3 minutes each would be 120 minutes, not counting the time it takes people to walk to the podium, et cetera.
Yeah. So it's about 2.5 hours. Another, another thing I know we've done is we get the 27, like for example, the 27 speakers, and if they want to decide on, hey, you know what, you're here, maybe they don't realize how many people are here supporting that specific topic. If we want to give them a minute or so to get their thoughts together and say, hey, us 15 will go up versus the 27, that's a whole nother conversation, but that's also giving them the opportunity for them to decide.
Go ahead, Mike.
This is a very passionate subject for me. Myself having a grandson that's autistic, and I want to hear every person that's come here. Have that opportunity to speak, because I have valued children, need to value these children, and it's who is my place to determine that your child is not valuable. They all are valuable.
So what I'd ask is if there is no more discussion, go ahead.
I'd like to move to extend public discussion to 2 hours.
I was gonna add something.
Sorry, what was that?
I was gonna add one more thing for discussion.
We want to add that, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I do think that we should take the time to hear everyone. However, if the group could work with us and try and consolidate if at all possible. If not, I respect that 100%. But there maybe are some people that don't want to be here that late. So if we could ask to work with us and maybe partner up and figure out who has the same messaging. It's very powerful that there are 27 speakers for one topic. So just knowing that, and we can sense the energy in there, this is very important. So I don't think we would take it any less seriously if some people willingly decided that they were going to allow their point of view to be spoken by somebody else. So I will support, but I will ask that they also work with us so we can get through the rest of our regular business.
Yeah.
Now, in order to do this, we need a second on Mike's motion.
I'll second the motion, but I'll say that the motion wasn't specific to 2 hours of speaking time or 2 hours overall for public comment. So I agree with Brooke's assertion as well that I don't know if someone from the staff can help get folks together, get them in line, any way that we can expedite that process. And I also wanted to say, like, I've been on the other side where actually the board only gave us 15 minutes and we had to decide amongst us who got to be chosen to go up. So like, I'm not saying it's not, I'm not saying we're giving you an easy choice, but
It is their choice.
but it is their choice. It is their choice. We can't take questions from the audience. I'm so sorry.
So
Yeah.
to clarify, Mike, are you asking for there to be 2 hours allotted for this item, or 2 hours in order to accept every single comment?
Every single comment.
Which will be more than 2 hours realistically, but to accept all the comments?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
We need a roll call vote.
We will, yes, we will be taking a roll call vote on this. So we have a motion. We have a second from Dr. CCP. I will just go down the line, starting with you, Mr. Eggert.
Yes.
CCP.
Yes.
Brooke Mallialt.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. Let's do this. To get
What was that, I'm sorry? 5 at a time.
Yes, so to get through this as quickly as possible, I'd like to call some names ahead of time so that folks can be in line. We can get through this efficiently. We have Debbie Wood, speaking for the Ed Foundation. Kathy Kozlowski, apologize for the pronunciation. Kayla Ferguson, and then Paloma Tucker, all in line here. After that is Rebecca Hazel. And then first up for the Reach for Greatness topic will be Richard Esteban. I'm not sure if I'm reading that correctly. Sorry about the pronunciation. So let's get this started right away. Our first public comment is from Debbie Wood, please.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and staff, and community members and parents. My name is Debbie Wood. I'm a director for the Ed Foundation, and I am by default the chairperson for the pajama run this weekend. And I would like to invite all of the board members to please come out. If you don't feel like you can run or walk the pajama run, please come out and volunteer, see our kids. You can put medals on the people when they come through. We're kicking off Read Across America Week. So every child will receive a book of their own to take home, because we know many of our children do not have books in their homes. And then money from the funds, the proceeds that we make from this will go to all of the scholarships and especially camperships for Camp Keep. And I saved somebody a minute.
Appreciate your consciousness for the time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Kathy, your turn.
Good evening, board members, administrators, families, and friends. My name is Kathy Kozlowski, and I'm a teacher at Franklin. I've been teaching in BCSD for 38 years, the past 36 years at Franklin in room 15. Yes, I've been in the same classroom for 36 years. We were renovated in 1992. In 1992, they replaced the chalkboards, the bulletin boards, and the carpeting. My carpeting is 33 years old, and it looks like it. Okay, for the past at least 10 or 12 years, we've been hearing that Franklin is going to get renovated. Every time we would ask when, it was, oh yes, you're on the books. Back in 1992, we had 2 AM, PM kindergarten rooms. Both kindergarten rooms have bathrooms. Fast forward 33 years, we still have 2 kindergarten rooms with bathrooms, but we have 1 TK class and 3 kindergarten classes. That means that 1 kindergarten room and 1 TK class have bathrooms. The other 2 kindergarten classes are in rooms without bathrooms. So those kids have to walk down the hallway to share bathrooms with the 1st to 3rd graders. Okay, sorry. Next year, we've been told that the TK ratios are going to be going down to 10 to 1, 10 students to 1 adult, with a maximum of 20 students with 2 adults in the classrooms. We will probably, with those numbers, get another TK class, which means we will have 3 kindergarten classes and 2 TK classes, but we still only have 2 kindergarten rooms with bathrooms. When is Franklin going to be renovated? Will I retire by then? And I don't know. And if so, are they situating 5 kindergarten rooms with bathrooms? TK currently, the kids do not have to be potty trained to go into TK classes. Kindergarten is not mandatory. There are kindergarten kids who have never been to school. There are 1st graders who never went to kindergarten before. So please look at these, think about these when you look at the plans for Franklin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kayla Ferguson, welcome.
Hi. Okay, so I'm probably up here because I like to write weird subject titles, and I'm really up here because I want to talk about preserving the humans and human resources. So I came last month and I spoke about something that was really passionate and personal for me, where that's still not really resolved yet, but I really want to dedicate my time here to just kind of parlay that into the larger issue of really respecting the jobs that all of us do throughout the district here, and remembering that we can be judged by how we treat the least of us. Our aides, our paras, all the way down the line to our CPALs, everybody who makes the least amount of money that probably should be making more. And when we think about budget cuts, when we think about how we tighten things up, humans should probably be the last line that we cut. There's no program, no curriculum, no piece of technology, no scripted anything, no coach, no mentor, no anything that can come in and teach a child with more passion and love and knowledge than a seasoned teacher, a seasoned aide, a seasoned CPAL, anyone that's a bus monitor, anyone, all the way across the line. And we have to keep those people here if we want to continue to be the jewel that we are in this community. We have almost completely Title I schools, and we should shine for that. And the way that we are equitable within them, the way that we treat all of our kids within them, make smart choices about where we place our students, not the things that are easier and cost less money. I want to yield my time because I think that's it.
Thank you, Kayla. So before our next speaker goes, I want to call up some more names so that we can stay having people come to the line. Paloma Tucker, Rebecca Hazel, Richard Esteban. After Richard is going to be Bernita Jenkins, Dr. Max Van Dyke. After that will be Ray Wesley Crawford. Reverend, sorry about that. So, Paloma, when you're ready.
Yes,
Thank you.
okay, great. Good evening, board and administration. My name is Paloma Tucker. I'm a 26-year veteran teacher with the district in my 20th year of teaching kindergarten. I'm here tonight to express my frustration over the process of administering the LCAP test to my ELL students during my instructional day. I understand the importance of the test and why these students need this evaluation. I'm here to talk about the difficulty of administering a test that requires over an hour per child of one-on-one time from me while I'm managing 20 to 23 students, kindergartners especially. This test requires a quiet space for the student to hear me clearly, respond verbally, and for me to record their answers for the speaking portion. In addition, the technology setup is difficult, it's complicated, and requires significant focus on my part while I'm managing the classroom of kindergartners. The Apple at our school helped me set up the students prior to their arrival, and a teacher in my grade level who has a student teacher was able to come in and help help students on one of the 4 parts of the test. But each of the tests can take 1 to 2 hours per student. And in addition, this is the time of the year when we really make the most impact on our students. We really get the most teaching out of our kids. So it's really frustrating to have to take a lot of time, significant time out of our teaching day. I'm spending hours with one student while the class is supposed to work independently. Currently, we do not get aides in kindergarten, and all kindergarten classes at our school have between 22 and 24 students. I have spoken to several grade levels at our school, and they have similar difficulties, so it's kind of a universal issue. Teachers spend a few days giving in some of the classes the teachers were some of the classes divided students up into a couple of teachers spent a few days giving the test, while others would take all the EO students. Either way, learning is compromised. Some suggestions I've thought might help would be to hire subs to teachers so the teachers can test while they have, or maybe have intervention specialists help. I just know it was really challenging to manage that, so I'm open to any suggestions the board has or the district has, and thank you for listening to me speak.
Thank you. Rebecca Hazel is up next.
Good morning. Hello, elected officials. My name is Rebecca Hazel. I am an employee of an elementary school in Bakersfield, and I am the clerk of after-school daycare, also known as EDC, Extended Daycare. I ask that more employees working after school hours, whether it's in EDC, be CPR trained. It has come to my attention that there is a certain point in time when specific employees who have CPR training leave, and there comes a time when only one person who is CPR trained is on the clock. That duration of time is about an hour and a half. As I am sure that you all are all parents or have nieces and nephews, I hope this is a concern for you. According to the American Training Association for CPR, CPR can keep your blood circulating for up to 30 minutes. And for every minute without CPR, the survival expectancy for someone who has fibrillation cardiac arrest decreases by 7 to 10%. For example, say we have a child in the cafeteria who is in need of CPR, and our one employee with CPR training is on the opposite side of campus. It may take them up to 2 minutes to get into the cafeteria. These 2 minutes can cost this child up to 20% less likely to survive or have longer lasting effects because CPR wasn't initiated until minutes after cardiac arrest. As I understand, it may not be seen as cost efficient to have everyone in EDC or after school daycare be CPR trained throughout the district. I am not requesting that it should be paid for, but that it should be a requirement. CPR training can be as little as $50 to $100 and last between 2 to 4 hours, including in-person or online classes. My request is that CPR training should be a requirement for extended daycare clerks as well as extended daycare employees. Thank you, elected officials, for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Richard Esteban.
Yes, hello. I'm here to speak on the part of Manuel Carzales. And I had the opportunity years ago, I was staff at Juvenile Hall, and Manuel used to come in. And the impact that he had on the kids there, you know, the gangbangers and all that, and it just the stuff that he preached to them, you know, that you need to get out of gangs, and you know, you need to treat staff right. And then I've had the opportunity to work with him and stay focused. My wife and I went down there, and the work that he's doing is just great. I mean, you know, he's helping his community. He's, you know, passing out meals, and just anybody that needs a basket of food, he's there for them. And I just want to tell you that it would be a big mistake if his contract is not renewed. So, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Max Van Dyke.
My name is Dr. Max Van Dyke. I'm lead pastor at Kingdom Harvest Alliance here in Bakersfield, formerly Christ Cathedral. I've been a resident of Bakersfield for 50 years now, and I want to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to address you on behalf of my friend Manuel Carzales and Reach for Greatness, Stay Focused. Morality is a crucial function to society because it acts as a foundation for cooperation, for trust, and for peaceful coexistence amongst individuals. It does it by providing shared values and guiding principles that encourage ethical behaviors. Therefore, it creates a more harmonious and stable social environment. And without morality, maintaining social order and positive interactions within a community would be significantly more challenged. Without morality, gangs and gang violence spiral out of control. Stay Focused, Reach for Greatness has been a model that promotes these critical moral values to our community. I want to remind you that they recently received the prestigious Nonprofit of the Year award given by our state senator's office. I would challenge you to point to one program in our school system that has had the broad influence of Stay Focused, Reach for Greatness, not over a single year, not over a decade, but over 35 years now. Have all the previous boards been wrong this last 30 years, lending their support and endorsement to these programs? According to a recent local news report, violence is way down locally. Much of it contributed to the influence of Stay Focused. So, the question would be, for those that may be opposed to renewing this contract, what are you opposed to? Is it the influence of the truth that will set people free? Is it the power that cannot be influenced by political persuasions? Or are you opposed because morality is just not that important to you as an individual? I propose that we follow your motto, where the child comes first. I want to leave you with an old quote that I'm not sure where it came from. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Manuel Carrizales and Stay Focused, Reach for Greatness is one of the best things that's ever happened to our Kern County schools in the last century. Thank you.
Thank you. After Reverend Wesley Crawford Jr., we have Alfonso Rivera. We have, after that, Jacob Edwards, somebody who didn't write their last name, Javier, and Jessica Burns.
Sir, you skipped Bernita Jenkins.
Did I skip somebody? I am sorry. I'm sorry. Ms. Jenkins, please. Oh, I missed your card. I apologize for that.
That's okay. I was just standing there wondering, did I hear the wrong name? But it's always tough to come up behind a preacher. Only because I was married to one for so long. For some of you that don't know me, I am Bernita Jenkins, and I am a mother. I was a school board member. I'm a member of this community. And the one thing that I do know is this: we need to reflect on the past and inspire our future to greatness. Manuel has traveled many avenues in life, but none more important than what he is doing right now. Manuel has learned through the many avenues he has traveled that he cannot forget the past, and he must use the knowledge and jewels that he has gained to help improve the life of others. It would be a disservice to the community not to have someone inside our schools that promotes the potentiality of helping others not to destroy their lives. Manuel's father, Manny, he and I worked together for a long time. We were at Vista East, back when it was a part of the Kern High School District. And one day I left to go to the doctor. And when I came back, SWAT had surrounded the school. So I called and I said, "What's going on?" And they said, "Well, we had gang violence on campus." And I said, "Who was it?" I was pregnant with my first child, so this will tell you how long I've known Manny, 44 years. Manny and Manuel. And Manny did his best, but I cannot imagine what it would have been like if he would have had somebody like Manuel standing in the school system, there to help promote fairness, understanding, and collaborative work. I've seen Manuel do a lot of things in life. I meet him now on the road. He and I meet each other as we're driving down one particular street. And there are some days that I can't even get on the street to go into the building that I'm going to because his people have the line backed up with cars waiting to get meals. He affects lives like that. Just imagine if you take him completely out of this system where we so desperately need young people, because he is younger than me, young people to be a part of this system. We will do a disservice to the children that are in the Bakersfield City School District. And I do believe that you need to renew this contract. So I thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Wesley Crawford Jr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, members of the board. Some years ago, we came up with a three-point plan. The three-point plan was streets, education, and education. And Manny was a part of that. Mark gave us a marching order. And the marching order was to find as many as possible mentors, male mentors, not just black mentors, but all ethnic race mentors. And he had many. We all said that how were we going to become mentors? And so we became mentors through Bakersfield City School District, and Manny did the training. And he trained over 150 mentors, males, females, and we hit the streets. We not only hit the streets, but we came up with closing the Achievement Gap Committee so that we could, on the educational side, hit it that way, and as well as hit it on the school. Now, I'm kind of lost. We give a man a job, and he does the job, and then we turn around and question the job that he does. That doesn't make any sense to me. Since Manny and Wesley Davis and others in the community have done things, we have brought down gang violence. But there's another violence coming, and this is between black and brown. Manny is hitting the streets on the brown, we're hitting the streets on the black, and we're hoping and praying that we can stop this before it starts. So I would ask greatly, with my grandson being stabbed on his way to UCLA to play football, and he got stabbed in his lungs, and he no longer could achieve the speed that he had. I would beg you, plead with you, to renew his contract so that we can continue doing the work that we do. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Up next is Alfonso Rivera, Jacob Edwards, Javier, then Jessica Burns. Sir.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my comments brief. Some of you don't know, but me and Manuel, we grew up in the same neighborhood. I'm a former boxer, went to the Junior Olympics as a fighter, was slated for the Olympic team, and I went to the Nationals. The thing that saved me out of that neighborhood was education and sports. Some of you don't know that about me. You may know about my education firm, but you don't know the other side. I also have a digital forensic firm. I challenge each one of you. You hold this administration accountable. Why am I saying that? Where did this shift come from? We're blessed to have this incredible resource right here in town with the life experience to provide these programs. I challenge each one of you, you find an educator in this district that has that life experience. This is why a district brings in specialists, consultants, to provide those life experiences, that expertise to change children's lives. I work directly in the criminal justice system as a forensic expert in the other company that I founded, analyzing digital evidence in criminal cases. Through my work, I see devastating consequences of missed opportunities. Young people who, by the time they enter the justice system, have already traveled too far down the wrong path. By then, for many, it's too late. This is why programs like Stay Focused Ministries are critical. Kern County has one of the highest crime rates in California. And we're seeing more young people caught in cycles of violence and poor choices. Crime prevention doesn't start in the courtroom. It starts in the classroom. It starts with early intervention, mentorship, and providing positive alternatives before kids make decisions that change the course of their lives. Stay Focused Ministries has done this work for decades, reaching students early, providing structure, and offering a future beyond gangs, violence, and bad decisions. To suddenly see their role diminish raises concerns. If a program with such a strong track record of impact is being reconsidered, I can't help to wonder if factors beyond student success are at play. Hold this administration accountable. You think about that very carefully. We need
That's
to
time,
ask,
sir. We can
are
wrap
we
it up.
making decisions based on what's best for our kids or other influences at work? Whatever the case, we must
That's
ensure
all
that
your
our
time.
students do not lose access to the resources they need to thrive. I urge the board to continue supporting Stay Focused
Mr.
Ministries.
Rivera, we have to move on.
Okay, all right, very good.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jacob Edwards. Jacob Edwards is going to be up next. After Jacob, we have Javier, Jessica Burns, Karen Ciel. I may be pronouncing that last name wrong. Not sure if I'm reading it correctly. Enoch Daniel Mendoza. And after him will be Karen Blackburn. Go ahead.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Jacob Edwards. I'm here with Reach for Greatness Stay Focused. I work under Manuel Carrizales. I'm a program facilitator and a mentor. And who I have with me to my side is Xavier Chococheco. He's a 14-year-old student at Emerson, part of the BCSD. And so our time at the schools at BCSD allowed us to find this young leader standing next to me. Xavier is not just a model student, but a perfect example of what a young leader is in our community. He initially had some troubles at school and during his home life when we first met, but with time and dedication, he blossomed into an excellent student who I can literally talk about all day, every day. And during and his dedication blossomed into an excellent student, and that helped him become eventually, at the end of his school semester, a valedictorian. He has a 4.0 GPA, and like I said, I can talk about him all day. I am proud of him, like my other students out there too. But he's special. He's really special. He's been a part of both of our mentoring groups in the school and in the office, and he even helps me facilitate and aid in some of the classes because he's been in our program for a long time, so he pretty much can teach the classes if I'm not there. Like I said, as I mentioned, he's a leader in our program for his age because he helps tutor. He does stuff at the office, and I say all this because it was through the BCSD where we found Xavier and we're able to help his rose blossom into something else, help his rose grow through the concrete and help it bloom into something great. And with more time and with more dedication with our students, we can help all those roses growing through the concrete reach their full potential, just like all these young men is standing right next to me. And I don't know if you have anything you want to share. No. All right, so thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Up next was Xavier, who I believe that was. Moving on to Jessica Burns. After Jessica will be Karen Ciel, Enoch Daniel Mendoza, Karen Blackburn. After Karen Blackburn, Caitlin Dransoff. No Jessica Burns. Moving on to our next topic here, Karen.
Hello, good evening. My name is Karen Cedivanius. I am a mother of an 8-year-old boy who attends the Cesar Chavez of the district, and he is part of the high functioning autism program. I am urging you all to put a stop to Mark Lukey is what he is tending to do with our kids' special program. I think it's insane and crazy work to cut funding to the most vulnerable in this situation. Why is the autism program even considered? Mark Lukey, if you're so concerned about saving funds, why don't you take a pay cut from your annual salary, or even better cut salaries from your top 3 under your administration? Seems to me and to all of us that you just want to keep securing your pockets, so they cut programs to the most vulnerable in this situation. And it's not even the teachers, it's the whole administration. The autism program has helped my son in so many ways. It has helped him in interventions that can, have significantly improved his development in communication skills, social interactions, and just his better quality of life. So removing this program is literally setting our kids for failure. And I think it's so funny that you guys have that quote in the back where the child comes first when you guys are showing the opposite. It's embarrassing.
Thank you. Moving on, sir. No?
This is my wife, Felicitas, as well. Well, thank you. We voted for your campaign. I'm glad to see you up there as the president of the board. Thank you, Mr. Eggert, for showing the compassion to allow all of us autistic parents to talk. With that, good evening. We demand transparency from the district or appointed leaders who intend to dissolve the high-functioning autism classroom district-wide starting next school year. Annually, we find ourselves, just like every parent in this room, locked in some extensive battle for one or both of our autistic children and their educational accommodations or equity, and now this horrendous change. We have seen no canvas for direct input from parents, no solicited questionnaires to evaluate impacts, nor the adverse impact of the autistic students who already have challenges on a day-to-day basis. We entrust you with the education, social development, and citizenship of our children with the expectation that it is genuine and unwavering, just like a love for our children. However, it appears that when at the crossroads, the most vulnerable are taken advantage of time and time again. How much more can you possibly take from these kids that has not already been taken from them, to include their teachers? Is putting children in general education classes and allowing them to fail or fall further behind your answer. I strongly ask that you reconsider the dissolution of the classroom, the high-functioning autism classroom across the district, while keeping parents informed along the way, and ask that you consider a different means of cutting costs or saving money. In conclusion, please listen. I would like to point out something to consider before making your decision, and it's called predetermination and parent rights. Predetermination is a procedural violation of the Individuals with Disability Act and deprives parents of education, of the opportunity to meaningfully participate in their child's IEP. This also denies a child a free and appropriate public education, also known as FAPE. There's a caveat to that, because you guys may think that you guys have averted that. Think again. If you look into case law, such as Deal versus Hamilton County Board of Education, Spielberg versus Henrico County, HB versus Las Vergentes Unified School District, just to name a few, predetermination was further defined as 6 things. But one of them I want to say, failure to produce convincing evidence that the district's methodology for young children with autism was equal or better than a program based primarily on ABA intervention and like services. That's 1. School administration makes its determination prior to an IEP meeting, refusing to consider alternatives. You're making a change, waiting till the summer, sending it to parents, and then making us make do and counter battle what you've already set in stone. So what I'm going to tell you, these are facts, not feelings, nor subjective context. After hearing this, and you can walk away feeling good about passing this proposal, then that is why we ask you to all vote no and alleviate us all the need to seek future litigatory actions, because we will.
Thank you both. Going to list off some names here. Karen Blackburn, Caitlin Transoff. Karen Blackburn is next. After that is Leanne Martinez. After that is Felix Dominguez. Karen.
Yes. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, board. My name is Karen Blackburn, and I'm a special ed teacher at College Heights Elementary School. I'm a little confused because what I was going to read to you, which I still am, was written last week. I don't know what's happened. There's a lot of rumors or other programs being bandied about, so I would just like to know what's going on. But I'm going to read what was written last week. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the decision to mainstream high-functioning autistic students into general education classrooms. While inclusion is an important goal, I believe this approach may not be in the best interests of the students involved, particularly at the elementary school level. First off, autistic students, even those who are high-functioning, may face challenges such as verbal and motor function disabilities that can lead to disruptions in the classroom. For example, some students may have difficulty expressing themselves verbally, leading to frustration or unintended disruptions, while others may struggle with motor skills that affect their ability to focus or complete tasks. These challenges can create a difficult learning environment for both the autistic students and their peers, ultimately hindering the educational experience for everyone involved. Furthermore, and most importantly, elementary students
often lack the maturity to understand and to empathize with their peers who have special needs. There is a significant risk that these students may unintentionally or intentionally pick on or socially isolate autistic students, which can cause emotional distress and hinder their overall development. Lastly, I implore the board to first visit some of these autism classes to see how they function and then to reconsider this decision and explore alternative methods of integration, ensuring that all students receive the support they need to thrive without compromising the learning environment for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caitlin Transoff next.
Good evening. I'm here tonight as a parent of a former BCSD high-functioning autism student. My son Miles attended Chavez Elementary from kindergarten through 6th grade. His story is proof that the high-functioning autism program is not just beneficial, it's essential for students like him who cannot fully thrive in a mainstream setting. Miles is not the stereotypical high-functioning autism student you might picture from TV shows or the media. When he started at Chavez in kindergarten, he could already read, but he was completely nonverbal, relying on an iPad as his primary means of communication. Thanks to the dedication and expertise of his amazing teachers, Mrs. Daly, Miss Nichols, Miss Brasuela, Miss Beecher, his speech therapists and aides, he began to speak. With consistency and a safe, supportive environment, he continued to progress both academically and socially. Today, you would never know that he was once nonverbal. Mainstreaming was never a realistic option for Miles. His sensory challenges made a traditional classroom setting an impossible learning environment for him. The high-functioning autism classroom provided him with the structure, specialized instruction, and sensory accommodations he needed to succeed. While inclusion is best for many high-functioning autism students, not all of them can be mainstreamed without extreme difficulty and setbacks. Where will students like Miles go? A more restrictive, low-functioning class that won't meet their needs? Or a mainstream classroom with a chaotic push-in and pull-out services from a mild-moderate teacher with an already full caseload? Without these high-functioning autism classes, many of these students will struggle academically, socially, and emotionally in a system that does not accommodate them. Removing this program contradicts the very mission of equity and inclusion, as it disregards the diverse and specific needs of an entire group of students. Miles graduated from 8th grade last year and gave an impromptu speech at his graduation. While the speech itself felt like a miracle coming from my formerly nonverbal child, who he chose to thank for helping him reach that important milestone brought us to tears. Mrs. Beecher, his 5th and 6th grade teacher at Chavez Elementary. He thrived at Chavez in the high-functioning program, and it changed his life for the better. He is now in a self-contained class in high school. Yes, those exist, and we have the ability to choose that for him. Not all autism students are thrown into full inclusion in high school without parental consent. Please listen to the voices of parents, teachers, and students who know firsthand how invaluable this program is. If we truly believe in meeting the needs of all students, we cannot eliminate the programs that serve those who need them the most. Thank you for your time, and I hope you reconsider the decision to eliminate the high-functioning autism classrooms.
Thank you.
And for all the future students.
Up next is Leanne Martinez. After Leanne, that'll be Felix Dominguez, Corinne Liu, and Amanda Morante. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, members and parents and educators that came out today. My name is Leanne Martinez. I'm speaking as an advocate, and as well, I would like to mention I am a parent chairman of the CAC, which is the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. I don't agree, obviously, because it is very fundamental that our students, our babies that come to your district every day, constantly happy to learn, are going to get something taken away from them that is so valuable and crucial today. I'd like to tell you a little story about someone I hold so dear in my heart and is my passion. And he is my son, of course. He is nonverbal, but with the adequate team and the adequate staff that we have at Fletcher that we built, he's able to speak with his AAC device. And I just imagine him getting something so valuable taken away, his voice taken away, doesn't sit well with me. He is now being able to say, wow, I got this. I love you, which I haven't heard in a long time. And wow, Mom, I love you is the perfect phrase I can hear. Due to that, I don't agree with the mainstreaming. It is not okay. First, it takes away their voice as our students. Second, teachers already have a strain on the diversity that they already have to deal with now. Now adding something else with someone who can't contain their emotions, who someone can self-harm themselves, cause more strain on the teacher when they're supposed to be teaching our general ed students. So I like to see the portrait here. Every meeting I go to, every district, anything district that I'm involved in, I always see the portrait of a graduate. If you take away the fundamentals for these students, the high functioning autistic students, you're taking away their portrait of a graduate, and it's setting them up to fail. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Felix Dominguez.
I'm a father of an autistic child. For the record, I'd like to read out loud the California School Board Association website mission. According to the CSBA website, the trustee board members have 5 major performances to execute. 1, setting directions. 2, establishing an effective and efficient structure. 3, providing support. 4, ensuring accountability. 5, providing community leadership as advocates for children, the school district, and the public schools. Number 1, setting directions. Why eliminate an autistic class for American children who have a disadvantage in the general class setting? It is a shame to bully and pick on the most vulnerable Americans, the disabled students. How much more damage can you possibly do? What's next? Eliminating another alternative class from autistic? Establishing an effective, efficient structure. 2, where is your studies and statistics for this change? My son and his peers are not your pet project. Effective means producing a desired result or achieving success, which you have not provided any studies. This change will regress my son from accomplishing his educational goals. As for efficient, this will be a catastrophic and a disservice to both general pupils and the disabled pupils. Providing support. Number 3, autistic students need a one-on-one support system that is already in place in the autistic classroom. You have not provided any studies of intermixing autistic students with general students of having any success. Can you assure me that the general class settings have an abundance of special need paraprofessionals and how many per class settings? Accountability. You, the school board of trustees, and the superintendent are elected public servants. I'm holding you accountable from your solid, flat contract, from what you written statements online. I'm expecting you to appeal the superintendent's decision and terminate his position. And if you side with the superintendent model, please lower your head in shame as an accomplished tarnished Americans with disabilities. Providing community leadership as advocates for children, the school district, and the public schools. You failed your mission to advocate the needs of special education students and the disrespect of parents, paraprofessionals, and special education teachers. Let me end this with the school motto, where it is posted online, and the crescent display on Bakersfield Community Schools and Districts as it reads, as it is back there as well, where the children comes first. But at this point, you might as well remove it. Right now, you guys have a chance to persevere.
Time to wrap it up.
and make that decision.
Thank you. Up next is Corinne Liu. After that, Amanda Morante, Joshua Parker, Erica Sanchez Medrano, and then Ruby Alatorre. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Corinne Liu, and this is my husband, Sam. And this is our son. And I'm going to try not to be redundant with what we wanted to tell you. We covered this by well-spoken people. I have seen something that I have never seen in Bakersfield City before. I'm a teacher for 28 years. I have never seen a secret held in my life. I couldn't get a copy of that letter that was read on Thursday to save my soul, and I tried. I went home and I said, well, if they're changing things for my boy, I called special ed, we called student support services, we called his campus, nobody knew anything. Okay, I went home and I checked my mailbox because I never checked my mail. There was no letter. There was no email as a staff or as a parent. We wonder, is there a plan? Our son started here at 3 years old. He was basically nonverbal. We have worked every year. He has different needs. He has different things that he does. He is currently mainstreaming at almost 50% of his time because he's on grade level in math and language arts. But because autism is a communication disorder, writing kills him. Just kills him. He can tell you a story for 3 hours, but he can't write it down. Reading, he's fallen in love with Dogman. He loves it. He loves it. We've watched the movie like 17 times. I'm watching the clock. You covered the IEP addendums, the parent handwrites book. Our biggest concern is that when Johnny gets overwhelmed with emotions, whether it is anger, frustration, sadness, happiness, he can overreact, and he overreacts big time. And when that happens in front of his peers, it will never be able to be fixed. It will never be able to be fixed, ever. It will never be the same with the teacher. It will never be the same with his peers, and he will never be able to recover because people don't forget that stuff. They don't. Who's going to support him? Who's going to look at his goals? Who's monitoring it? This is stuff that should have been laid out for us, and it was not. And shame on you. Shame on you, Mark. Shame on you. Because you hid it from us. My time is up.
Thank you. Up next, Amanda Morante.
Good evening, board members. I'm going to try really hard not to get emotional. My name is Amanda Morante. I'm here on behalf of two of my Spectrum children. I'm here on behalf of my fellow parents that share the same fear. Teachers, bus drivers, aides that care about our children and that will lose their jobs. And so many others that will be affected by this. My son Julian is 12 years old. He attends Harris Elementary School and is one of many examples that has and continues to benefit from this program. His amazing teachers that have been a huge part of his success: Wayside, Mr. Carbajal, Mrs. Nichols at Chavez, currently at Harris with Mrs. Walters, 4th through 6th. Jonah, my 3-year-old, has just been recently diagnosed, who I feel will not be able to receive these benefits of this program. His amazing teacher is Mrs. Onsel, By removing this program, you are taking away their security, their comfort, their understanding, and to thrive in an environment where they are accepted. How do you expect to throw spectrum children with social, emotional, and mental disabilities to function in a general education classroom? The program you are taking away prepares our children to be able to overcome these obstacles. What happens when you have teachers with 20+ students that may not have the experience or education to handle additional workload? What benefit is there to overcrowding classrooms and taking away the tools from every student needing to succeed? I encourage you to go out to these classrooms, talk to these teachers. I know someone's already said this before, but you can't say it enough, because once you enter that classroom, you will witness the power of what these programs can do for our children. One of the BCSD procedural safeguards states your child cannot be placed in or removed from a program without parent or guardian written consent. My question is, how will you be able to remove this program without our written consent? To the board, how many children do you know that are on the spectrum? How or will your family, friends, or even your own child be affected by this decision? Mike, you stated yourself. I was brought to tears by that, because to me, looking at the board, I wasn't sure if any of you guys know or can connect with us. And the community is so big on autism here. Autism speaks. We are their voice. How will you decide to use yours? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next will be Joshua Parker. After that, Erica Sanchez Medrano, Ruby Alatorre, Brencia Fierro, and after Brencia, it's Kayla Hernandez. Sir, go ahead.
My name is Joshua Parker. I have a son named Carter. He goes right now to Harris. He's been transferred to 3 different schools, and every time there's been problems. He's mild to moderate, high-functioning autism. If you didn't have these people here to help him, he wouldn't be where he is. All these families, all these people, they see that. And to tear it down, come on. Structure is what we need. It's what autistic children need. It's what everybody needs. To take it away is just not fair. So that right there behind you, when you vote, it's the children, not the money. I don't need more money. I don't need more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next will be Erica Sanchez Medrano.
No?
We will come back to her if she comes here, but we'll move on to Ruby Alatorre.
Hello, board members. My name is Ruby Alatorre. I am a concerned parent of an autistic 5-year-old who attends Muncie Elementary. I am here to be the voice of all the concerned parents, educators, and advocates in the overflow room who were just let known, most of these, 2 days ago. Bakersfield City School District, you are not letting our children come first. In fact, you are leaving our most vulnerable last. When high-functioning autism programs are eliminated, students are often placed into general education without adequate consideration for their unique needs. Many teachers express concerns about the lack of individualized support, which can lead to significant challenges in key areas such as sensory processing, social communication, and executive functioning. Many teachers worry that general education settings may not provide the specialized support high-functioning autism students need, leading to struggles with sensory overload, social communication, and executive functioning. Without adequate training and support, general education teachers may feel ill-equipped to accommodate autistic students, especially when dealing with behavioral challenges or social-emotional needs. When students are placed in settings that do not match their needs, frustration can manifest in behaviors that are difficult to manage. leading to discipline issues rather than supportive interventions. Sensory overload autistic students often experience heightened sensitivity to sensory stimuli, including noise, lighting, textures, and movement. General education classrooms tend to be highly stimulating with loud noises, multiple conversations, bright lights, and unpredictable activities. Many do not have sensory accommodations, such as quiet spaces, noise-canceling headphones, or flexible seating, making it difficult for students to regulate themselves, my child included. Often lack structured sensory breaks, which are critical for self-regulation and focus. Without access to sensory-friendly environments, autistic students may experience meltdowns, shutdowns, or increased anxiety, impacting their ability to learn and interact with peers effectively. Our kids will not be put in a position where they are forced to sink or swim. We count on board members like you to support our children and their educators, to support SPED programs, to make sure that they have access to the best education. With the proposed cuts, you are showing us with your words and actions that the child does not in fact come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Francia Fierro.
Good evening. I'm Brenda Fierro, and I am the mother of a 8-year-old autistic child, high functioning, but autistic nonetheless. Let me tell you, without the blended decor program, my daughter would not be as successful as she is today. Not to take away any work that we've done at home or on the side, but to express the gratitude and respect for her teachers and all the staff involved directly in the blended decor program. To remove this program would be a complete mistake and severely detrimental to all children and staff involved in this program. Taking this program away suggests that these children are disposable because your plan is to force them into mainstream classroom all day, which is unfamiliar and unfair to them, or force them into an alternate program where they will indeed digress. Removing this program will likely lead to an increase in struggles with communication and sensory regulation, on top of the fact that we're likely to see academic and social failure. Without the proper accommodations, the students are going to struggle to keep up with their peers. They're also going to experience bullying, social isolation, and that's because they don't always understand social cues and interactions. This program ensures that these children receive guidance and structure that they need to succeed in school and beyond. Taking this program away will completely disrupt this process. If the students are placed in general education settings without the support, their teachers are likely going to struggle to meet their needs while trying to manage and maintain the rest of their classroom. Essentially, this is going to lead to frustration for both students and teachers and disrupt the entire learning environment. Another thing is that many of these students experience anxiety, depression, and sensory overload that accompany their autism. These programs like this blended decor show these children how to cope and show them strategies and provide safe places and train staff who understand their special needs and reducing the likelihood of mental crisis. In closing, removing these programs could be a step backward in supporting neurodiverse students when the school should strive for inclusion by providing necessary resources, not eliminating these special programs. And with all due respect, your wall behind you says where the child comes first. At this point, I'd have to disagree. It would seem that only certain children come first.
Thank you. Gonna call out some more names here. Kayla Hernandez, Stephen Phillips, Andrew Petit, Darlene Nuno, Desi, Von Manos Carmona are all up next. Kayla, you're next.
Hello, my name is Kayla Hernandez. I'm actually speaking on behalf of one of my colleagues. Under the idea of every child with a disability is entitled to a free, appropriate public education that meets their unique needs, moving high-functioning students into less appropriate environments would not fulfill their rights to quality education tailored to their individual strengths and challenges. It is not just a question of their educational development, but also a legal requirement. The idea specifically mandates that students with disabilities should be educated in the least restrictive environment that meets their needs. These students should be able to remain in a program where their needs are met with a high level of support, not be forced into where their needs could overwhelm them, and where the resources may not be equipped to support them adequately. You're talking about cutting a program that directly affects the futures of real children, and decisions like this should not be made from a place of assumption. It's not one thing to look at numbers of statistics, but these are children, individuals with unique needs who deserve to be heard, supported, and understood. If you haven't worked with our kids, how can you fully understand the consequences of their decisions? I would also like to address that if the members of this board haven't worked in a special education classroom, been a paraprofessional, or directly supported students with disabilities, then you cannot fully understand the impact of these programs. It's easy to make decisions about something you've never personally experienced, but without stepping into these classrooms and seeing the challenges these students face firsthand, it's impossible to truly know what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Stephen Phillips.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'd really like to applaud Mr. Eager for everything that you helped us do today. Stephen Phillips, I'm a proud father of a child who's on the autism spectrum. I'm coming here today to be an advocate for the BCSD students who are diagnosed with ASD, as well as the staff that support us. High function autism, it's still autism. No matter the level of diagnosis, these students require custom IEPs. They require specialized support. So no matter if a child's considered low or high, there's a need for a classroom where these students can flourish and thrive. When our community heard that this governing body for BCSD had determined that it was necessary to eliminate its high function autism program, we went through a whirlwind of emotions. Sadness, anger, mostly disappointment hit us, okay? Cutting these 36 jobs, even though you say we're gonna move everyone, these are certified professional positions with the potential for more cuts. This is gonna hurt our schools, it's gonna hurt our classrooms. This isn't the only serious loss. The greatest loss from this shameful action is happening to our students. These are the people that require high levels of dedicated teaching. The mission statement for BCSD says, educate all students at the highest levels of academic excellence to become collaborative, creative, and critical thinkers. Looks like we can remove the word all, if that's the case. We know financial budget cuts happen, but this is the wrong cut. Perhaps, Mr. Luque and your colleagues here, maybe you could take a pay cut to make up this difference. Maybe if this issue directly affected you all, maybe we wouldn't be standing here talking about this. So I leave you with this to remember before you make any votes or before you may have made up your mind already. You are forever changing these autistic kids' children education. You're forever changing it. You're directly responsible what happens to them in the future of their learning process. You, all of you. Money comes and goes, but these students are far more valuable than any dollar amount that you label them with. I urge you to vote nay when you do this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Petit. After Andrew will be Darlene Nuno. After Darlene will be Desi Van Manos Carmona. After Desi will be Adrian Calzada. After Adrian will be Caterina Alfaro. Ready when you are, sir.
Okay. Hello, I'm Andrew Pettit. I work at Harris Elementary. I teach autism 1st through 3rd. Mr. Luque, you came to my classroom. Thank you for that. And I just wanted to give you a snapshot of what it's going to be like when these children go to a general education classroom. That funny, beautiful person that you had the opportunity to talk to and laugh with. The other day, you would think, oh, well, he's high functioning. He can go to a classroom, no problem. He's sitting there in a small group. He's doing his writing. He's learning. But he ripped up his library book, went to the bathroom in his pants, put his hand down his pants, smeared it all over him in class. These are the kind of challenges that general education classes are going to have to deal with. There is a lot of sensory issues that autism kids have. And when they go to an environment that they won't be able to have comfort or support, they are going to not succeed. They can't be their best. The reason why this program works so well is because they come to me, teachers like me, and we teach them their fine motor skills. We teach them social skills. We teach them functional skills. We teach them academic skills. And we get them ready for inclusion. We get them ready to blend in with the Gen Ed population. But it has to be at a higher level, not 1st through 3rd or 4th through 6th. This is where it's so crucial for them to learn. This is their foundation. They are going to have so many problems, and they will not succeed academically, socially, in the classrooms. If they go from K to Gen Ed, they will have a lot of problems. The parents will have a lot of problems. The teachers will have a lot of problems. And I guarantee you today, you are going to have a lot of lawsuits because they will get hurt. They will suffer because they do not have any kind of support whatsoever. Just because they look on the outside that they can function, on the inside, they can't. Especially when they come from going to the 1st grade. There's so many skills that need to be developed that we develop for them.
I believe we're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Darlene Nuno.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to make my comment. Mr. Pettit, the one who just spoke, was one of my child's very first teacher. For the last 3 years, my son was in a blended program. And his teacher now is Mrs. Walters. Since my son has been at Harris Elementary School, he's made tremendous academic progress. However, with him being autistic, he has anxiety and he lacks social skills. So he could never be in a general education classroom. He would not succeed. He is going to be set up for failure if you do away with this program that he's currently in. And I have a high schooler who is autistic as well. He went to Bakersfield High School and he had a temper tantrum there, and he ended up in handcuffs and taken to Mary Kay Shell, even though he had an IEP in place when he should have been in the least restrictive program. They sent him off to Mary Kay Shell. I should have a lawsuit against the high school district. However, I chose not to do that. So I pulled my son out, and now he's at Valley Charter Oaks. If you remove these children from their program, their autistic program, when they get to high school, they're going to be done. I'm still trying to get my high schooler to be adjusted to a new school. So please, taking into consideration of how you're doing a disservice to these children, I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you. Desi Von Manos Carmona.
Hi, good evening. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for giving us the time to speak, as this is a very important and close matter, especially with myself and my husband, as we are the parents of 2 autistic children. Recently, we had our youngest enter the BCSD school system, and we were honestly excited and felt so secure because of the first experience that we had with our son, who entered BCSD and was in special education and received the most amazing accommodations that now he is thriving. And you would never tell that when he first started school had more social issues than he does now, more problems with communication than he does now, because it has been enhanced through the attention that he has received in the special education department. In all honesty, I believe that the missing component of what's being discussed tonight is a psychological component. This goes beyond education. When we speak of autistic children, we speak of individuals who have neurological setbacks to where they cannot process emotionally and socially the way that you expect an individual at whatever age it is that you expect them to hit certain milestones and process the way that they supposedly should. So if this does occur, and the proposal that's being set forth here tonight does happen, we are facing psychological setbacks for our children. Setbacks that we already understand will happen, but for some reason the board does not understand. Like I said, it goes beyond education. You have cognitive skills that need addressing. You have complexity issues of understanding instructions given in one-time settings, but yet you are going to put these children in settings where the instructions are to be given one time and they are to understand, because as we see it, repetitiveness with autistic children is part of the processing. Prompting is part of the processing. So when you instruct a child to read a certain page from a book or keep up with their peers in the general education setting, they won't. They won't. And unfortunately, we as parents do not want to see this happen, because we are their support system, especially when they go home. We are there working with them 24/7, something that the board also does not see. And like I said before, this goes beyond education. This is neurological. This is psychological. This is a human being life that is being determined by individuals who do not have a psychological background. So please, think twice before you propose something that's going to hurt innocent children who didn't ask to be treated this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Adrian Calzada. After that is Caterina Alfaro, Sofia Munoz, Joanne Hurlston, and Jennifer Charbona. Charbonneau, thank you.
Hello, good evening. As everybody else had mentioned, thank you for allowing us the extra time to speak. My name is Adrian. I was born and raised within BCSD. I'm also a current BCSD employee. My son, who is 6, my one and only, was diagnosed with mild moderate autism when he was just shy of 2. He was very minimally verbal when he began with BCSD. I had to learn sign language through YouTube and other books just to be able to help him communicate. He was very easily overstimulated, overwhelmed, was not able to properly communicate his frustrations or his needs, so we were able to teach him sign language. When he began with BCSD, his teacher, I had to explain different signs to him, and his teacher's like, no, I got it. I'm fluent in ASL. Shout out to Mr. Park, wherever he is amazing. He was with my son for 2 years, and in that 2 years, my son made a tremendous improvement with his speech. Now I think back to when he didn't talk, and now he is nonstop. So we get there. It's a process, but we do get there. Mr. Park and his aides were amazing, very patient with him. They were able to reiterate what we were doing at home as far as his sign language, his words, his colors, his numbers. We were doing that prior to his entry into TK, but Mr. Park and his aides were able to help us kind of maintain what we were doing at home, or even adding on to that. So we were able to get him up to, he was diagnosed at 18 months. At 3, we were able to get him to close to his age range when he ended his TK program. Although he has improved with his speech, he still needs assistance with his big feelings. He's not quite there yet, but we are still there working. He recently transitioned into this new school year with blended decor, which his teacher now, she's amazing, his aides amazing, but he does need some help still. We do stuff at home, but he does need assistance with his social interactions as well. He doesn't understand sarcasm. He doesn't understand when the Gen kids, when he's out on recess, when they're bullying him, and I've seen this myself firsthand, he doesn't understand it. So putting him in Gen Ed straight off, yeah, it's gonna be a problem for him to understand why the kids don't wanna play with him, why the kids are picking on him. He does mainstream in a Gen Ed kinder class a couple times a week for about 30 minutes.
We're at time, if you could close it up.
I'm sorry?
We're out of time.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say it's a help, and I really hope you guys would reconsider cutting the high functioning autism.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Catarina Alfaro.
Hi, good evening. My name is Catarina Alfaro, and this is my husband, Johnny Alfaro. We have a son whose name is Jesse. He's 6 years old. He attends Casa Loma Elementary, and he's currently in the blended core class with an amazing teacher, Wesley, who has helped him succeed for 2 years. I would like to express that I'm extremely disappointed that you as a board are considering to do away with the program that has helped my child thrive. Given his support needs, he would completely fail, and he has in the past not grown because of the lack of empathy and resources provided. Since he has been a part of this program, he has thrived in reading, writing, and social interactions. He still struggles with behaviors and communication, but has really benefited from this program. If you take this program from my child, I foresee his failure in the future with his development and education. He would possibly either regress or he would be completely forgotten. He would be left to figure out a world that he doesn't even understand. I ask that you reconsider your decisions. The choices made on this topic may lead me to pull my student from the district and seek other means of schooling, which in turn would remove funds that my student's attendance brings in. My child and many other children like my child who need these resources will not have their needs met. I work as a youth mentoring specialist for a nonprofit organization in Bakersfield that currently has a grant that solely serves BCSD at-risk students and their families. But why don't we have enough funds to prioritize those who need extra support like my son? What does that tell our community, that one at-risk student is more important than the other? That a student with an incarcerated parent may matter more than a student who struggles with daily tasks, basic hygiene, nutrition, communication issues, and difficulty with emotional regulation? Is one student more worth your funds than the other? Please consider this, and please consider empathizing with the community of special needs parents. Every day is a fight for us just to do basic things with our children that are seamless for you and I.
Please don't make education and their right to resources a fight too. Consider allowing my son and others like him to continue to thrive in a program that has successfully helped him grow, learn, and prepare him for the future. Lastly, I have made myself available if anyone would like to further discuss. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sophia Munoz.
Good evening. My name is Sofia Munoz. Thank you so much for your time. Honorable, I stand before you today as a mother, as a parent who loves her child fiercely, and as a person who believes in the worth and potential of every student in this district. My son is a 7-year-old autistic child, and before him, I had no idea how the education system worked in the United States. I didn't grow up in this country. I had no idea what, but now I've learned. I understand the district is facing financial challenges, but I ask you to consider the human cost of these cuts. Because these aren't just numbers on a page. These are lives being impacted, futures being altered. The cuts being proposed will eliminate 148 positions, including special education teachers, who are essential to the success of children like my son. And to be clear, this isn't just about losing a teacher, this is about losing the specialized support that children with disabilities desperately need to succeed. My son also attends Wayside Elementary, and thanks to them, he's a different child. And I thought I was not gonna get nervous. I do this for a living, but obviously, I am the advocate for my son. Thank you. I ask you, can we, in good conscience, let this happen? Can we really say that the education of the children with disabilities is any less important than the education of children without disabilities? These children deserve the same chance to succeed, to be heard, and to reach their full potential. But when we take away the resources they need, we're telling them that their futures don't matter as much as others. I urge you, members of the school board, to consider the true cost of these cuts, not just in dollars, but in lives. Please, do not let the budgetary concerns erase the futures of children like mine. The children who need the most support are often the first to be left behind, but it's our moral responsibility to make sure that that doesn't happen. And since I have a little bit of time, before I came here, my husband asked me to keep cool, calm, and collected, because my first thoughts always go to the legal field. And as I was standing here, I started to see, how can we figure this out if this was going to be a lawsuit? So in order to sue the school board, you must have a valid legal reason to sue. Common grounds include discrimination, race, gender, disability, violation of student rights, First Amendment due process, negligence, failure to protect students from harm, or special education violations, failure to provide an individualized education program, IEP. So based on that, we have many legal bases to not stand here so politely like we're doing today. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. I'm going to read off a few names here. Joanne Hurlston, Jennifer Charbonneau, Daisy Medina Rodriguez, Sylvia Pettit, Cindy Ramos, Joe Nuno.
Okay, I'm going to try to keep my voice together. I'm not great at speaking in front of people. My son is in the 1st through 3rd grade in Miss Jamie's class at Fletcher Elementary. He started the school year last year in Mrs. Barnes' kindergarten class. And to quote her, I had to keep him next to me all day. My son is an exit seeker. He tries to run when he feels uncomfortable, or he throws himself on the ground and cries. He felt lost in her classroom with all of the students around, just like he does if we took him to, say, Disneyland or a very well-populated park. He cannot handle a mainstream classroom. We would be forced to homeschool. Those are that's our option, is either the autism class or homeschool for him. Those are the only safe options he has. I did not consent to my son's IEP being unilaterally changed, nor would I ever consider such a thing. And honestly, I think that it is disgusting that someone who makes more than my congressman proposes going after disabled kids first. I really, really implore you guys to reconsider this. These kids need these services for their safety, for the safety of neurotypical students, for the safety of teachers like Miss Barnes, who took the time to keep my son next to her throughout an entire school day for the weeks that it took to get his assessments done and get his IEP in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Jennifer Charbonneau. After Jennifer will be Daisy Medina Rodriguez. Also, earlier in the queue was Erica Sanchez Medrano. We'll still take her if she comes up, but Jennifer? Okay. Oh, sorry about that. In that case, we'll move to Daisy Medina Rodriguez.
Hi everyone. My name is Daisy Medina Rodriguez. This is my sister Edith Medina. I am a CCB political science student. Hello, Mr. Mark Luke, Superintendent. I came here today to discuss the topic of you trying to take away for autism special education classroom. Cutting budgets in their sections will not impact you, but it will in the long term. This will impact family members and others in the list. We will not stay quiet if you cut their classrooms, and I promise you we'll be back to protest outside of your job, and we'll make sure you give us what we want back. We have a much powerful voice than you. You have 2 children of your own, 2 small little girls. Your kids should be an inspiration to you, why you should never cut any children's programs, because I know if your children were autism, you will never cut it because it will benefit you. I see that you were hired as assistant superintendent in educational service from May 2017 and November 2022 for 5 years and 7 months. Why work with children if you don't want to support all of them? Having this job, you should be focused on being an advocate, being an inspiration to children, being a father and showing children you should love everyone no matter the circumstance, being a friend and showing parents why you deserve this prestigious and staying here, having standards and using this job to be powerful and help others, especially parents that use this classroom to help their children, with a bit more progression in their education. Being autistic doesn't mean that you aren't smart, that they don't deserve to be treated like the rest. You said from a message posted, BCSD, and I quote, I understand the value for every employee in this district has in their lives and futures of children. Let us commit to working together and ensure that every children in our district, every opportunity to succeed here in BCSD. So why fail to make your promise to your own words? Making a promise to children, parents, and especially teachers that have a whole degree just like you, that worked hard and made great effort to educate and advance their learning. Just for you to make the cuts and fire them, because if they don't have classrooms, where would these teachers go? These teachers are valuable and deserve their jobs. We don't need you here. We can vote for someone that cares for our families and employees, that help us and help our parents with their children. I have a nephew that is autistic and he is very playful. He needs assistance from his teachers, and I know for a fact that if he's put into a classroom with other students, this would affect their learning. And then we will get blamed for my nephew being destructive. Not to mention, you are breaking the violation of individuals with disabilities education, IDEA, failure to follow the IEP, discrimination under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA violations, state education laws. This is about having human decency for kids, for parents, for educators. I am disappointed in whoever hired you and needs to fire you immediately. You want to cut their education, well, before you do that, make sure you have enough money for lawyers, because we will all sue. Thank you.
Thank you. Sylvia Pettit? Sylvia Pettit?
Hello, my name is Sylvia Pettit, and I'm a parent of a young male on the autism spectrum, and my husband's also a special ed teacher. It's very clear why we're here. Trump has signed an executive order eliminating the Department of Education. This impacts funding to special ed, the Department of Rehab, financial aid, and loans to students. This is going to impact our community greatly in the future. Students that won't have the support in class will struggle to learn, may not want to go to school. And as they don't fit in, they might be bullied. In addition to that, teachers in general are not equipped to deal with individuals with special needs. They have many other students to deal with. What will happen is teachers will eventually burn out. We're already struggling to keep and maintain teachers. Parents will lack the support. And eventually, when we look at this long term, this will lead to an increase in incarcerations for students who could have succeeded and contributed to society. This will also increase unemployment, perhaps increase SSI cases. Is this what we want to see in our future? Less teachers will want to go into teaching. So this is a lose-lose situation. What are we to do? What actions are we to take next? Are we to sue? Are we to protest? Maybe there's many other fixes to do. But either way, this cut is completely wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next will be Cindy Ramos, after that Joe Nuno, and lastly Yesenia Vasquez Sanchez. Cindy Ramos, whenever you're ready.
Hello everyone, my name is Cindy Ramos. I'm here on behalf of my son. I fear for the future of his education environment that he will be in. Time after time, the city, not just the school board, shows that the autism, to show that autism or children on the spectrum are least to be shown that we care for them. Either you guys don't deal with them, either you don't deal with it firsthand, and if you do, you're not poor enough to understand the services that you wouldn't qualify for them anyways. So for you guys, it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect you. We're just an extra dollar to save on someone else's salary, like the superintendent who made over $200,000 in 22, and I'm sure you're making more than that now. I'm just a regular struggling parent trying to give their kiddo the best life possible with the cards dealt to me. I was very skeptical about putting my son in school in the first place for these exact reasons. I fear, my son couldn't form a single sentence, let alone speak actual words. Thanks to these programs, he has come so far, so thank you for that. Thank you for giving me the reason to come here and fight on his behalf. He is living proof that these programs in the school help. I'm sure other parents feel the same way. The kiddos are flourishing. So why give us a taste of what their future could look like if you're just gonna strip us away? I wanna know why the autism program is first to be cut. I would like to know where the money is going. While I'm thrilled that funding keeps flooding in for regular students, what about the students who you guys are taking the money away from on the spectrum and the special education program? How do you suppose you guys are going to keep them safe? Forcing them in general education classes with other regular students and also cutting aides. I'm just curious as who's going to protect the kiddos. The teachers who are already flooded with many kiddos in their class. Let's not forget what happened in Arvin High when that special educated student was bullied and they shaved his head, and you guys helped, but already when it was too late. These programs are in the school district just to help them. Kids on the spectrum need more structure, care, one-on-one time with their teachers. Their minds don't function like mine or yours. They need more time. Sorry, I'm nervous. Just give your kids the same fighting chance that you would give your own kids. Please and thank you.
Thank you. Joe Nuno. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Hello, my name is Joe Nuno. I stand here for two of my grandchildren, Angel Bello and also Reina Bello. I don't know if you know the meaning of disability. Disability is I'm standing in front of you. A person like us, we go to school, we try to learn, we try to get everything that we could get out of this education that you guys are providing to us. Some of us have learning disabilities, some of us don't understand, some of us don't even know how to count, but we still go to school and our parents make that happen. You taking these kind of programs away from us, they're gonna turn out to be just like me. A young kid that didn't finish school, that wanted to run away because he was made fun of, because he was talked about, because he couldn't read, because he couldn't spell, because he couldn't do certain things in classroom like normal kids. So I stand here to tell you, if you're gonna make any kind of cuts, why don't you start by the parties that you guys have down here at the Mechanic, Bank of Arena. Why don't you guys stop by doing those cuts right there, spending $30,000 to $40,000 each and every time that you guys have a party down there? I know this. Trust me, I know this. Your $1,500 champagne bottles that you give away because one of you board members did something special. To you, sir, I respect you so much. And you know what? Don't give up on us, because I'm one of those students. I'm one of those students. You stand up. I don't know why the rest of these people don't feel the way that you feel. They're taking from something that we pay for anyways, but they want to take that from us. And you, sir, I challenge you, and I'll pay your salary for the day. Come and spend the day with just me and my 2 grandchildren. I'd love to take you to go eat. I'd love to sit at a park so you can see the difference between a normal student and one with a disability. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yesenia Vasquez Sanchez. Yesenia Vasquez Sanchez. That will conclude our public comment section then. Appreciate all of you for coming out, and we'll be moving on. If we've got some missing, we will.
I think there are.
Is there more?
I think there's some missing. I only count 33.
That didn't get heard yet. There we go. You can check.
Hello.
Welcome. If you could state your name, please.
My name is Jessica Evans, and I'm here from Manuel Carrizales. Me and him grew up in Oakley Bakers. I went to Colonel Baker, he went to Colonel Baker. I went to Kern, he went to Kern. This man has came from a long way. I knew him back when, and I know him now. And to cut his program will be a disservice for the community. He is a vital member of the community, and he is a vital member to you all. Y'all, he needs to be here, and y'all need to keep him here. It's a lot I have to say, but I didn't hear my name being called. This is my guy. This guy, how can he go from being wonderful to being, I can't keep you now. You can't be here now. No, he helps the community. He is part of the community. He is the community. Keep this man. Work it out.
Thank you.
What's the topic?
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it here. But we were missing that one too, so.
Go ahead. I think we should.
If you could state your name, please, before you start.
Michael Stewart.
Go ahead.
Again, I'm Michael Stewart. I've been in the community since 1976. Met Manuel at Fremont Elementary, went on to Emerson Junior High, Bakersfield High, Bakersfield College, Fresno State. Was able to enjoy a 10-year career in the NFL. Came back to the community, Michael Stewart Foundation. Me and Manuel, we've been on this since the late 80s. And so the state-focused mentoring program, BCSD, again, thank you guys for just allowing me these few minutes. Meeting Manuel at Fremont, he used to be a drummer, still is. He would be in the backyard in this shed, a hot summer, practicing for hours. In the precision he had, the determination in that backyard is the same passion and commitment that has fueled him with the Stay Reach for Greatness program for over 30 years. I've been back here now since 2019. I'm a high school teacher at Bakersfield High, my alma mater, and I can tell you his program is needed at the elementary level. Within my experience in education over 3 decades, including 6 years at the high school level, I see firsthand the critical need for the programs that reach for greatness at the elementary and junior high levels. Early intervention and mentorship create the foundation for success. Education isn't just about curriculum, it's about connection. This is where Emmanuel Carrizales makes an incredible impact. He embodies what we call funds of knowledge, the deep understanding of skills, experiences, and cultural insights that students bring from their families and communities. He has remained engaged with the community, built trust with students at all levels, and understand the realities our families face in Kern County and beyond. I urge the board to remove any roadblocks that will stop this program from continuing. Again, being at the high school level, I can tell how this has changed just in 6 years. We need more of these programs. We need his. He makes an impact. He has stood the test of time. His record speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've come to the close of our public comments section. There's still a lot more of the meeting to go, so I hope you all stick around. I genuinely mean that. We're going to move on to item D, which is reports from district organizations. Our first one comes from Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, BETA. Steve Comstock, President.
I would love to say I'm going to be super fast, but I'm not. All right. Good evening, board members and administrators and amazing speakers tonight. The parent output is just amazing. The first thing I wanted to say that I made note of is it used to be when we had a big audience in here and a full audience in there, we moved in there so that we could actually be one big district having a meeting. Mr. Irvin changed that, and it hasn't changed back, and I would strongly encourage this board to move us back into the big room when we have big crowds. So on my board report, I did want to say best of luck to Dr. Boone tonight. I also want to say that BETA has gone live with 3 surveys that we do every year. Our culture and climate survey for the administrators and the school sites is live right now for the teachers to fill out, and you'll get results from that after I have time to parse it out. Then we also have a special ed survey that I hope our special ed teachers are filling out because their voices need to be heard as well. And then we have our bargaining survey coming out. So when our bargaining survey is done, we plan on hopefully sunshining you next month. So we should have that ready for you in March. That was like the fun, easy stuff. Then there were 3 other topics I was going to talk about, but Mr. Lukey and I were able to go back and forth, and I am grateful that they came up with language on the resolution to ensure that teachers were not losing their jobs due to the resolution that was being placed on the agenda, because that's exactly what it would have had the power of doing. And like we said, the last time we had a RIF, we can't live off of somebody's word. We have to have it in writing, and I'm glad we had it put in writing. I'm going to flip my order a little bit because I heard a lot of people talking about how programs may be getting cut because of funding. So I really wanted to talk about that a little bit. I've been the president of BETA for about 9 years now. My first year as president was 2015-16. That year, this district had an operational budget of revenue of $350 million. The school district for salary in that same year paid for salary benefits for both CSCA and BETA for classified and certificated about $265 million. Over the next 5 years, the budget for BCSD, the revenue went up to $545 million. Then we added a school. We've added 1 school in the last 9 years. That's MLK. This year, our budget operationally, and yes, some of it is one-time funds with ESSER funds, is over $900 million. According to the newest interim report, the first interim report, the salary for certificated, classified, and benefits has gone all the way up to $330 million, about $70 million more than it was 9 years ago. The budget is over $600 million more than it was 9 years ago. It's not people that are costing this district too much money. It's stuff. It's programs and it's budgeting priorities. Next year, this district is set to have a budget over $1.1 billion, with a B, not an M. $1.1 billion. And they'll say, oh, it's one-time funds, we have funds tied up here, we have funds tied up there. We have budgeting priorities that are so out of whack, it's not even funny. And to that note, let's talk about the special ed thing that's going on. I attended a meeting last Thursday. I got 2 days notice about this meeting. I had no idea it was coming up. I didn't know that there was even a thought about this kind of program. I went with genuine interest, and I heard and saw a group full of professionals, aides and teachers, that were very interested in what they were hearing, because inclusion is the goal for our students. We want them to feel like they can be successful in high school. We want them to feel like they can be a part of what the other ones do, but it has to be based on the individual needs of the student. It can't be a one-size-fits-all. And through the course of this meeting, as it was going on, there were a lot of questions asked. And what I came to realize during this meeting is there was no plan being explained other than we want students to have more inclusion. And we thought, okay, that's great. So maybe we're going to have the hundreds of years of teaching experience in the room and the aides in the room help build a new model, help create a way, a path forward for students to get more time and more exposure to inclusion in a way that was going to be fruitful and help them and make them feel successful and better prepare them for their own futures. And then Friday hit, and we got a board packet that said, we're burning down the high functioning special ed program. We're just basically going to eliminate all the teaching positions in that program, which effectively kills the program. We're not pumping it up. We're not altering it. We're burning it to the ground. And while I'm happy that my folks have been told you're not getting fired, I still think we need to kill these two resolutions tonight, I-3 and I-4. Members have been asked to trust. Trust isn't something you give freely. It's something that you have to build. We talk about Team BCSD. I want desperately for it to be one big team. But right now it feels like there's an administrative team and then there's everybody else. And the everybody else should have a say in how this happens. They're the experts in this. I would love to see our district add up the people on Mr. Lukey's advisory group that helped him come up with this idea of how to do this, how many years they actually spent in a special ed classroom working with high-functioning students compared to the number of years of experience in the classrooms right now with the aides and the teachers who didn't get talked to. And guess who else they can get talked to? The parents. How on earth do you make these kinds of moves without talking to the parents? So my biggest thing tonight is to implore and beg, and I don't think I've ever said those words up here before, you to look at these two, and it is two, because I-4 gets rid of a whole bunch of aides, and there's nothing saying that they get their jobs. I know that they've been told they'll be rolled into something else, but that's a promise on the wind. That could change tomorrow because we have other budgetary concerns. So I'm asking, please, vote no. Table it so that or table it. Say, let's pull it and say, you know what, let's build a team that actually can build a meaningful program that's going to move forward and do everything we need to satisfy the wants of the high school district because they don't feel that we're doing our jobs. Not that we work for the high school district, so I really don't care. We have our own things to worry about. Or just flat out vote no on it, please. Because both of them, if they go away, then we have to go back to the drawing board and start again. And right now, personnel cuts are not the way to be doing budget cutting in this district. Doing a hard look at the priorities and the things that we are spending money on that do not add to the daily successes of students in classrooms is what we need to be looking at. Quit buying stuff, quit buying property. You know, let's actually work on fixing up classrooms and helping out teachers and students.
Alrighty, moving on to item D, number 2, Classified Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 48, Dinah May Jimenez, President.
Mr. Lukey, and Board of Trustees. Last month, I asked the board to sharpen their pencils and find other ways to save and not cut classified staff. Since then, Mr. Lukey has invited me to attend a couple of budget meetings and a special ed restructuring meeting at Sierra Middle School. I was informed yesterday, and again today, that our classified staff was not being laid off. That's a good thing. But there are some positions that were eliminated. I'd like to inform you that the bus drivers, we have 8 lead bus drivers that their positions were being eliminated. They're 8 hours, 12 months, and we were assured that they could transfer into a 8-hour, 10-month employment of school bus driver expanded services, and they would get preference. I'd like to suggest that they or a suggestion that these bus drivers, lead bus drivers, be reduced to a 10-month position, lead bus driver 10-month, and still keep the same salary, and also the summer, able to bid on summer school bus routes. So as a suggestion, I do have the lead bus drivers here with me. And I'd like to mention that they were also awarded last year for their participation in the KCSOS rodeo. Am I correct? I have Jorge Hernandez. He is one of our bus drivers, lead bus drivers. And Talisha? And Erica. And so they actually were in the rodeo, and they were awarded for their participation and for their skills in bus driving. So I'd like for you to consider, instead of eliminating their positions, but to reduce them to, instead of lead bus drivers 12 months, to be lead bus drivers 10 months, so that way they would not have to have that cut in pay. Okay? So thank you so much. Also, there are 3 activity leaders. We were told that were going to be laid off. But after all, the reductions had been made. It turns out that one of them is going to resign and be a substitute teacher. The other one is applied for an A2 and was hired. And the third one, there was an activity leader position open, and so she moved into that one. So that's awesome. So we are not going to lose any classified staff. I would like to give a special thanks to Board of Trustees Mike Eggert, Dr. Chris Cruz Boone, Brooke Malley Alt, Anthony Fuentes, and Laura Guerrero Salgado for supporting CSEA and listening to our IT training IT trainers, staff, their positions are not being eliminated. So thank you for that. I have another item to bring up. I know that retaliation here at BCSD does not exist. Yet, the sign language instructional assistants that spoke at last month's board meeting were called to the principal's office to talk about their absences. The same thing happened to a CPAL that had a public comment 2 months ago. She was called in by the principal because of her dress code. She was wearing pajamas on Spirit Day, Pajama Day. So this may be a coincidence, but it stands to wonder. I have asked the CEC members to attend this meeting and all future board meetings so that we may be recognized as classified staff. We are classified staff, the majority at BCSD, not the minority, and we should be recognized as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime Jimenez. Up next, number 3, Laborers International Union of North America, LAUNA, Local 777. Bob Boyd, President. Not seeing Mr. Boyd. Moving on to item E, Board of Education. Number 1, our board member comments. This evening we will be starting with Laura, when you're ready.
Well, this evening I want to start off by thanking everybody that was here voicing as a parent in this district, I understand where you're coming from because I am also the voice for my children. Not only in elementary, middle school, but I've said it before, also into high school, which is our feeder schools. And the same way you guys are here voicing your concerns and being the voice of your children, I am the voice for my children at their school sites. But I often find that there's always miscommunication within the district and our community. And I'll be the first one to call Mr. Luque or send him screenshots of stuff that I see on social media or that parents have sent me. I am not a big fan of chisme. I'm a fan of facts. And when there is a problem, my dad taught me this. My dad was a very reserved person. When there's a problem, we attack problems, not people, because that's how you solve the issues. And with this being said, this district is not perfect. And yes, our motto is where the children come first. But we all need to work together. And even the slightest thing that either the school is doing or the district directly is doing, and it could be something as small as mail. This is mail from the middle school. My middle schooler. Long story short, your conference has been scheduled for next Wednesday, anytime, 1:45 to 3:30 at the middle school office. I didn't get this till Thursday. And yes, I did come to Mr. Luque. What kind of is this? But I also am aware that all the mail that gets sent from the district or a school has to go to Santa Clarita and comes back this way. Mail gets rerouted. That's one issue. And the reason why I'm bringing this is because when I met with Mr. Luque for my board agenda review, we go into deep conversations about what's on the agenda. And our topics for tonight during public comment is a tough one. Because I did ask if parents were notified. A letter was sent out. That mail is still in progress somewhere with our US mail. So I was okay with that before anybody starts booing or anything, with him leaving this item on the agenda because this is a problem. If we're gonna let parents know about anything, it should be in a timely manner. And maybe this item should have been in the next board meeting to give the parents the opportunity to get this letter and loop back and hear them out respectfully, one-on-one, because every child is different. The needs of every child is different. Every person that I heard up there, their needs are very different. And yes, our job as board members yes, it is to maintain the district physically solvent. But personally, it shouldn't be at the expense of the child's education. And no child's only option to education should be homeschooling. We are a public school district. And we're gonna have to go back and revisit, with all due respect, Mr. Luque and our staff, and plan better when we're thinking of making changes. Because although this letter that I got, well, there's a couple of them in here, but this is just an example, and I brought them to show you guys that I understand the communication is a problem. Because that was one thing I kept getting from every speaker was communication, communication. We were not heard, or we didn't have the opportunity to speak for our children. And again, I was okay with this agenda item being on here because I wanted to share with everybody that I see things that you see as well. And actually, I had a note written down, but Mr. Comstock took the words out of my mouth. And I think this item is something that we should table it further for next month for further discussion. Further discussion? Because, excuse me, I was just saying further discussion because I want Mr. Luque and their staff to hear every single child's parent voice. Each of your white guys' voice is important. What your needs is very important. Equity. It's not equal, it's equity. So I will take this moment now to ask Mr. Luque to please get together with these families and have deeper conversations, hear them out, and for the district administrators to find cuts elsewhere or hear them out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Laura. I'm up next. I'm going to try to keep it short, as I love to do. That's just me. For those of you who are new tonight, welcome. I genuinely mean it. I'm always happy to see community here keeping us accountable. The five of us are right here are elected officials, and it is our job to serve. So when folks show up, and when that many folks show up, I know how full that room is, that really means something. And I really hope you come back next time too. Now, those of you who don't know me, I'm a classroom teacher. I work at Foothill High School. And I first encountered the phrase least restrictive environment a few years into my career. And it was tough. I've been thinking and deciding how many of the stories that I would love to share here at the dais of being a high school teacher, dealing with kids who have been included in my class that at BCSD would have been in their own classes. And in my experience, what I think is most important to say is that every child is different, every child is unique, and their IEPs are an important legal document that this district is not going to violate because it is our job to serve and make sure that those students' rights are protected. I think the most important thing that, or the thing that makes me happiest about seeing all of you parents, community members here tonight is knowing that you know the rights of your children. What is difficult for me to know is that there are a lot of parents who don't know their children's rights. So I hope that tonight's forum serves as an educational tool for those parents who can and I'm sure will be stepping up to defend their children in their education, not only here at BCSD, but when they get to us at Kern High School District. And I'll stop there because the stories are there. As a general education teacher who's got a push-in teacher in 5th period, and an instructional aide, and a bilingual instructional aide, and sometimes a student teacher, 5 adults in the room is a really interesting dynamic. But I do want to say that what we do in service to the community will absolutely have the children's best interests at heart. And that is not to forget our staff. Not only are we looking out for the kids, but we are also looking out for the teachers, the custodial workers, the secretaries, the people who make these classrooms inclusive to all of the kids who go to BCSD are also just as important. So I'll stop there and move on to CCB. Your turn.
Unlike our esteemed president, I am not short, but I will try. I think the first most important thing I want to say is thank you to Mr. Agert. He was incredibly vulnerable and pushed us in a good direction for a good conversation tonight. And the board I joined 5 years ago, I don't think would have made the same decision. So your voice brings value, and your candor and your vulnerability, and I'm grateful for you as an addition to this board. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Y'all, I'm like very tired, and this has been a really, it's been a special board meeting, but I wanted to also, before I say my other comments, my exhaustion does not make your voices less important, so I deeply apologize if my mentioning that I have work really early it doesn't matter. I apologize, and I'm sorry for saying it. I am tired, but we're all tired. We all gotta go home and get our kids' clothes ready for tomorrow. I know how it is. It's so for real. A couple things have happened at this meeting that in 5 years of never missing a meeting really struck me. The first is for anyone who's never met Steve Comstock, he's not a man who begs. So that was a moment that gave me pause. I'm just saying. But actually, there was something more beautiful that took place. And I agree with our president, every voice we heard tonight was powerful and left an impact on us. But one of the things I noticed that I've never seen before is the way the community rallied, not just for the kids, but for the people who help your kids. And so something that almost every parent said is that students at BCSD found their voice, agency, or felt safe because the special education paraprofessionals, because of Mr. Park, Mr. Pettit, Miss Jamie, Miss Beecher, people at Munzie and Fletcher and Chavez and Williams and Wayside and Casaloma and Harris all embraced their children and what their unique needs were. And as a board, we have never had parents come to us and say, thank you for those people and what they do for our kids. And I have to tell you that really struck me in a way that I don't know how to explain, because your kids matter, but hearing that their needs are being met was really powerful testimony. So thank you for sharing that. And not just for those of you who don't know, this isn't like something that happened today and appeared upon us. Many of us on the board have been getting emails and phone calls and social media messages, and we read them and we respond and we ask questions. I did not anticipate that I would hear what I heard tonight, and I really am so thankful for all of your voices. Okay, I'm just gonna mention 3 more things, I promise. I'm gonna change subjects a little bit and just say, you know, I got to do some cool things this month. One of them was MasterChef Junior. Y'all, I didn't even know the school district did this. Like, kids can, with their parents, can say, hey, I wanna be on MasterChef Junior and represent my school. Over 450 kids submitted recipes. And then they went, why can't I think of the school we went to? It was Stern. It was Stern. It was all the sharks, yeah. So it was Stern, and they had like full cooking situation set up. I was so full, I couldn't eat till like 2 o'clock the next day. I ate so many things, and actually, Mr. Luque, I would like some of those recipes. They were very, very good. So they are not in my current Rolodex, but that was really special, and kudos to all the kids and the families, the parents, and oh my gosh, my suggestion, I've mentioned this to other folks, we took photos with the kids who won, but I think we should also take photos with their parent and the nutritional worker who helps, because it was like a whole team effort, and they were super into it, y'all. Like, BCSD families are competitive. They are cutthroat. It was great. I also, you know, on Saturday, I saw actually many of the people who spoke today, I also recognized from Parent University on Saturday, which I think is awesome, that you don't just know your rights, but you're always trying to get better. This weekend, our speaker was Dr. Stephanie Cuevas, and she talked to us about our roles as parents. And I thought, oh, that was a pretty good speaker. And then I realized I have repeated some of her talking points, especially about the tacos being essential to life, to like everyone I've come across this week. She said chisme and tacos were essential. And I was like, I love this Harvard educated person and agree with them. Everyone should agree with them. So thank you for having that speaker and for all of you for coming. The last thing, I just wanted to echo a reminder about this Saturday, this inaugural event. What a great opportunity for us to all not just support kids in Bakersfield City School District, but physically get outside while the weather is nice and be together. And it's being held at Bakersfield College, which is not that far for any of us. I think it's like 25 bucks.
You have the flyer, right?
Oh, I have the flyer in front of me. We can pass it around. Thank you, Lauda, for paying attention. Oh yeah, so it's $5 for kids 1 through 14 and $20 for adults. I was close. And whichever school brings the most kids gets a trophy. So I don't know, for that competition and all of us.
The schools have been competing.
Yeah, I think it's so great. If you haven't signed up yet, it's not too late to do so. Get your kid a book, get your kid outside, and please just keep coming, talking to us, and being part of this community, because we're so grateful for you. Thank you.
All right. Up next is Brooke Mallialt.
All right, first I want to say that I am really proud of us as a board that we decided to take that time, and it was definitely the right thing to do. And I will say that not one message was like another, and it was very heartfelt. I'm very proud of the parents, as a BCSD parent, to just experience that in person. It was a privilege. It ended up being a privilege for us in the end. So thank you to everybody that spoke out. After the meeting, or after the public speakers, it is clear that there's a lack of teacher and parental input, very clear. I do want to say before any of this, I have been on the fence about my vote. As a board member, I do not feel that we are presented with a full range of options on what to cut. As I've mentioned before, within a past board study session, I did propose cutting directly from the top. I did propose cutting the area directors as they collectively make about $1 million. That may not be the perfect answer. That may not be the perfect answer, but I don't feel like we were given the full range of options. I do feel like exploring some other ideas rather than being directed between 1 and 2 options would make me feel like we're a more integral board, a more valuable component of the district. Again, I feel like our options were limited, so if we do end up tabling this, I do think it would be worth it to expand those options that maybe we have not considered before, and look at the positions that do not directly impact the students. I do want to take my time to speak about something else tonight, and it's been on my mind since the last board meeting. It is not an agenda item, so no discussion will be allowed in accordance with the Brown Act. However, I will be requesting that this be added to March's meeting if a resolution cannot be reached by then. I am very concerned about the lack of teacher input when it comes to grade level and subject matter assignment. Teachers are typically impassioned to teach a particular grade level or subject matter. This is foremost a contractual issue, true, and ultimately at the discretion of principals. However, just because something is allowed in the contract does not mean that it should be the first option. Two-sided conversations are required when promoting a healthy, happy work culture. Research shows that principal empathy and open, honest conversations with teachers are the #1 way to mitigate teacher burnout and subsequent loss of good teachers to other districts. We have the opportunity to improve teacher retention in a very simplistic and straightforward way that requires close to no money. I do take this matter very personally, as I have been told personally I was going to be moved to a different subject matter, even though I had no desire to do so. This is why this issue speaks so profoundly to me. I do know how firsthand spirit crushing this experience can be, and despite my proven success at the time within my subject and grade level, one day I was told that I was being moved to a different subject matter due to there being a need for a strong teacher. No amount of flattery could have made that a happy transition for me. As a result, I left that district. I told my principal I would be finding another job if that was his final decision, and he doubled down and dug further into his heels. While I was later offered a promotion in that same district, I decided to leave and create a fresh start. I was too consumed by the experience and felt uncomfortable with the underlying motives behind why the only woman in the history department was told to move, while my less senior colleagues stayed. In the district I went on to work for, in the past 9 to 10 years, I have never personally witnessed this happening. While it is a different grade level and moving teachers around is more difficult, it is entirely possible for the same type of scenarios to play out. I am hoping for an empathetic response. I'm hoping it comes to light before the next board meeting regarding the situation brought up at the last board meeting within public comment. We expect our teachers to build positive relationships with students, but we should also expect principals to model the same behavior to all staff. In public education, human connection always comes before the learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Up next, Mike Eggert.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I want to sincerely thank many of you who have reached out to me the past 2 weeks, wishing me a speedy recovery. I appreciate your kindness. I'm doing well. I want to thank everyone who has spoken tonight. I truly understand your passion, and my desire is to help with this and help the board recognize the impact the decisions make on our community and our students' future. As a grandparent of a child with autism, I brought this personal experience when I decided to run for the board, to bring a voice, to bring understanding, to start educating people, not just myself, but to bring it forward, to help the process. I'm not doing it by myself. It was obvious I wasn't doing it by myself, but it comes to a time where we have to bring these issues forward. And as I said, We all wish our children are perfect. You know, when our children are born, they're perfect. You know, and guess what? Sometimes that doesn't happen. And, you know, that doesn't change your love. You know, as I said, it doesn't change our love for our beau. And, you know, it just, you know, I just want to advocate for those families every day that face these challenges. And, I want to thank those making the best choices for our children. Spending time with my grandson every day, I see firsthand of the struggles he faces. And while our family offers unwavering support, I understand the decisions are never simple. They require thought, planning, and proper implementation, and the education of everyone involved. We must never lose sight of our purpose here. Serving all the stakeholders in the education arena, and most important, putting our children first, every child. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. We'll be moving on to item number 2, Superintendent's Report. Mark Lukey, Superintendent.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us at 9:15. I want to apologize. In my 11-year tenure in this district, having gone to school in this district, I care deeply about every single child in our district. I'm sorry that those of you who this is your first experience meeting me is under these circumstances. This is not what I want or what I desire for our district or for our children. I'm going to read to you on the record what I read on Thursday to staff, and that letter is accessible and available to everybody who's interested. And I apologize as well that, as Trustee Guerrero Salgado said, the U.S. Postal Service letters to parents are somewhere in the mail. And if that letter is desired, leave your email address and we'll email it to you in the morning, please, okay? Let me just read this on the record. As we continue the development and rollout of the BCSD Portrait of a Graduate, we reaffirm our promise to the Bakersfield City community to ensure that every student is prepared for the opportunities and challenges of high school and beyond. Readiness is not just about mastering academic standards, but also about cultivating the essential skills that empower students to think critically, communicate effectively, solve real-world problems, adapt with resilience, create with purpose, and collaborate meaningfully. Those are the 6 characteristics of our POG. As I reflect upon the state of our district and our alignment to students' high school experiences, I'm confronted by a concerning reality. Students, not always but often, on the 9th through 12th diploma track who are currently placed in a BCSD high-functioning autism program are not always placed in the least restrictive environment that will best prepare them for high school. This is a challenge we must address. Ensuring access to the general education classroom is critical to preparing students with disabilities for their future. Research and experience tells us when students with disabilities engage in rigorous grade-level instruction alongside their peers, they develop stronger academic skills, social connections, and self-advocacy abilities that support long-term success. Our commitment to equity demands that we create inclusive learning environments where every student, regardless of their learning needs, has the opportunity to participate fully, receive the necessary supports, and be held to high expectations. By fostering meaningful access to general education, we affirm that all students are valued members of our learning community, capable of achieving their fullest potential. I believe deeply in the collective capacity of our educators, support staff, and families to create the best possible learning experiences for all students. As we move forward, I'm committed to working closely with parents and staff in the high-functioning autism program to determine the most appropriate placement for each student through the Individualized Education Program IEP process. Every decision must be made with the student's best interest at heart, ensuring they receive the support, services, and opportunities necessary to thrive in their least restrictive environment. Discussions have occurred with special education department staff, association presidents regarding these efforts. This morning, I, along with district administrators, this was Thursday, a meeting with all affected high-functioning autism teachers and instructional aides to further these conversations. Additional meetings will be held throughout the spring to ensure clear communication and responsive supports. In addition, administration in coordination with our staff will work to identify 3 essential components needed for this change to be effective. A focused and ongoing professional development plan for staff, an identified and ongoing planning structure for general education and special education teachers and aides to collaborate, and ensuring adequate staffing support for students to achieve academic and social success prior to leaving our system at the end of 8th grade. Together, we will continue to uphold our promise to every student, ensuring they leave BCSD prepared for the next step in their educational journey. Thank you for your dedication and unwavering commitment to the success of our students. And I'll close with this. I would never, ever, ever violate the law, IEP laws, or ever try to influence or dictate what your children receive in our district. It's simply a conversation that moves our kids towards access when and if they're ready for that program access. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lukey. Moving on to item number 3, that's E3, fog delay discussion. Report will be provided by Mr. Lukey. I think you'll be starting us.
Yeah, so in the Friday update, I shared with the board policy language related to inclement weather, and then the procedural process for fog delays in the parent guide. And so the board policy outlines the 200-foot distance for safe travel. It's the parent guide that addresses that a fog delay, when called by the district, impacts our bus riders. So with that, I'll open the floor for conversation and see if there's any questions.
I'll go ahead and start just because I know that I asked to have this put on the agenda. I will say that I try not to be reactionary, but the last time there was a fog delay and students were in other districts and students did not have a fog delay, I was very upset. With all the incidents we've had with student safety, with issues with cars in the district, I was very concerned that morning, and I let Mr. Luque know, by the way. I do think that there has to be a better plan. I'm not an expert on what other districts do. I have spoken to Mr. Luque about it and said, well, other districts had a different call, so how is that possible? I just wanted to be walked through the process, and ultimately I want to make sure that our kids are safe. I don't like the idea of our students walking to school in deep fog. I drove and dropped my student off, and then I drove to work in East Bakersfield, and I couldn't hardly see anything that entire day. Or not that entire day, that entire morning. So I don't know what the answer is, but I feel like there has to be a better way. We don't have fog like we used to. It's very occasional compared to what it was like when I grew up, but I just think we can have a better system to keep our students safe, because I was very worried that morning that something was going to happen to one of our students or a couple of our students.
Yeah, so I want to echo what Brooke talked about. You know, in December, I was driving to Harris to watch a musical performance, and I was running late because I was driving down Union and I could not see it all, and actually pulled over and was waiting because I was a very nervous driver. So when I got there, I was running late and they were still missing a lot of kids. I really would like to see if we could update our policy, and I'd love if you could talk about this. If it is not safe enough for the buses or cars to drive, I don't think parents should be driving their kids, or, and this is where it's tricky, right? Because I'm not saying nobody should come to school for 2 hours, because obviously some people are gonna have to get there. But I really do want to echo what Brooke said. If the buses can't drive, the kids shouldn't be walking the street either. I wish our policy was, because it's such a rare instance, and I know there's attendance to consider, but it happens so rarely that if we could do both. The other concern I have, and I don't know how in the heck you address this, is that we have 44 sites. Yeah. So sometimes, it's awful at one of our schools and it's clear as day at another, because it's such a broad district. And I don't even know the answer to that question, but that would be the other aspect of my inquiry.
Yeah, great points. I think as Trustee Malialp and I have spoken about this, part of the dilemma is, or in the guide, it talks about fog delays pertaining to bus riders, and then it's parent discretion on whether or not they determine it's safe to travel to school, right? And then the point you just made that some kids are still gonna come, And to the greater point, it's that our territory is so vast. The amount of land we cover is so wide. I'm going to generally talk about the fog delay procedures as I understand them, both here in my previous district, and invite Mrs. Gladden to help me out, and maybe even our transportation director to help out if needed. Those decisions are made very early in the morning, at or before 5:30 a.m. as our first routes are leaving the bus barn prior to 6.
By 6 at the latest, buses are starting to deploy, so those decisions have to be made prior to the first buses.
And our challenge right now, that's what, fog is so sporadic in Kern County, Bakersfield today as it was when, as a kid, it was always foggy. We love fog delays. And when it was a fog delay, everybody got to stay home for 2 hours, right?
Until they had to extend school.
Until they had to extend school. So we run into the dilemma dynamic of it fogging in one area, not fogging in another, and making those decisions to, you know, be most informed as to what the best decision is for the entire district scope, and then recognizing too that districts will call fog delays at different times, and so maybe we're early and we're the first or second, and maybe we're toward the latter end. Based on our routes, run times, we're typically early. We're typically, if your TV's on at 6 a.m. and we haven't called it yet, it's probably not going to be called because buses are already rolling. And so, yeah, so for the board, the conversation really is, I think it's twofold. There's a board policy that dictates the inclement weather piece, and there's a procedural piece of what fog delay constitutes, what it really means. And so I think that's where I need direction and guidance of what the board wants to see going forward, so we can tailor that, bring it back next month as a potential action item if the board desires.
I did feel better after we discussed the fact that there is somebody that goes out to multiple points. Because in my mind, I was like, is this one point? Is it at the district office?
And it's not me. That was the point too.
I thought it was him and Sherry went outside their house and were like, looks good.
No, I did feel better about that, but I also understand too, we have students that are walkers and the parents go to work and they have to be walkers. So I understand that as well. I know that I drive to school. That day I drove to school. I needed to be there because we had students coming in. So I understand the complexity of the situation, but that was just, it was such a bad day. It really made me think about the process and concerned me. Maybe we could ask for some parental feedback too, because we can see what their perspective is in it.
But we've been doing a push for the community to be more safe around our schools, and that's not going as well as we've hoped. So maybe we need to update our policies.
I would suggest to the board, if there's a desire to get parental input on this topic, we can send out a quick survey. I would ask the board to allow us until April to bring it back. That way it gives us more time to, one, get that input, and two, craft some draft language for the board to consider, if that's the board's desire.
Did you have any ideas to improve
from
your perspective?
Mr. Eager keeps trying to talk.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Eager, I apologize.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, I know, I was waiting for my turn. No, I just look at the way it was many years ago, you know, where it was a plain and simple, it was everybody. And, you know, it was like bus driver, you know, if you're on a bus or not a bus, but you can come in late. And I look at it as if you broaden it back to the way it was. We're looking at 1 or 2 days a year. I mean, I'm really be realistic. Bakersfield City Schools does not have the fog. You know, we don't have the open fields. So I think that the district looked at that years ago based on the numbers and how much time had to be it impacted having to make up. But now we're looking at a point where, okay, maybe we don't need to be as, you know, so extreme on it and still have a well-balanced, you know, because it really, we're not talking about a lot of days.
Right. I do think we have probably more parents where they're both going to work though than 20 or 30 years ago. So we need to consider that perspective.
No, right, I do, you know, because it's, you know, and they're going more distance. But the problem is Bakersfield has, you know, the north side of town is, you know, northeast is sunny, you know, but Harris is all socked in.
So we can cycle through the next series of parent meetings, our district advisory committee, district English learning advisory committee, district African American parent advisory committee, and get some of their input plus a survey for those who are interested in filling out information to let us know their thoughts, and then bring forward to the board. And as we talk weekly, individually, kind of share some ideas and thoughts and get your feelings on that as we go forward.
I do imagine that we have to call early too because we're such a large district, so
Yeah,
I think that's part of the reason behind it.
Yeah. It's the bus start. We have to call before the buses roll off the yard essentially. And again, I think, I want to say our first 6 o'clock, but basically. Yeah, so bus driver arrives at 5:30, first route leaves at 6, so.
Quick question on that day that you had that concern. I believe when the buses were, it was not called a fog delay. The fog came in later.
It did. You're
So
right.
that's what makes it tricky. Like, what do you do? Tell the buses to stop where you're at? It's like you really can't
I
do
did
that.
see some pulled over that day. I don't know if it was a
And
coincidence or not.
that is in policy. If the bus driver doesn't feel the conditions are safe, they are authorized to pull over and stop. So obviously, you know, they can radio into the schools that they're stopped, and so they know that the, you know, students are going to arrive late. That's not the ideal situation where they would be out and the fog would roll in that late and they would have to do that, but to let you know that they are authorized. If they feel like the inclement weather has gotten so bad that they can't see, they can pull over until it's helpful.
Yeah, on that particular day too, back to Trustee Malial, but that particular day I checked with Mrs. Gladden if any of our buses pulled over, because I think the bus you saw, we do have times where buses pull over because they're like in between a pickup time. On that particular day, we didn't have anybody pull over because of a safety concern.
Not for safety concern. On that day, we had probably more than one bus pull over if they're ahead of the route. So it's very important that we also be on schedule, that we're not arriving late and we're not arriving too early, because the families and the students count on what time they have to be at the bus stop, and that we be there at that time as well.
I guess that also concerns me that nobody was pulled over because, again, I barely made it to work that day. There was train tracks had to go by, couldn't even see the lights. So I want to make sure that everyone feels comfortable doing that, if it's in the best interest of the kids.
Well, there's definitely time to do surveys because fog season did just end.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
So starts in October, right, Tammy? Ends Valentine's Day is the official fog season. So it's a good time to have the conversation, do the surveys, you know, run it through parent committees, get feedback, and then have further discussion on ideas.
I think a good question within that would be like, what would you do if school was delayed later? So what is the feedback from the parents as far as, like, does that further inconvenience them? Of course, we want to keep the kids safe on the way to school, but just looking the big picture.
I'd also love to hear from the bus drivers.
I would like to hear from the kids.
Yeah, that
But they'll probably like it.
Yeah. Stupid.
But I'll take that feedback as well for if we're surveying parents to survey.
That would be awesome.
Well, I think the ones that are walking, I think that makes a bigger, like their opinions are important.
How safe they feel.
Yeah.
Sure.
Any other discussion on this?
Thank you for adding this book.
We good? Okay, moving on to item 4, 2025 California School Board Association CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. It is recommended that an election be held for representation to the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly, and that the official 2025 Delegate Assembly ballot for Subregion 12-B be marked and signed for up to 4 candidates.
This is Chris. I move that we mark the 2 listed candidates as nominees.
I'll second that.
We have a motion. Do we have any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Moving on to number 5, E5, Administrative Hearing Panel Action. It is recommended that the Administrative Hearing Panel's recommendations be approved. Do I have a motion on that one?
I make a motion.
Thank you, Mike. Second?
This is Laura, I second.
Thank you, Laura. Do I have any discussion on that one? No? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to letter F, the board will take a 5-minute recess.
3, no.
Educational Services, number 1, Assistant Superintendent's reports. Mrs. Laura Orozco, Assistant Superintendent, Educational Service, will provide a brief department update.
Brief? Did he say brief? He did say brief. It's the LCAP. Nothing is brief in the LCAP. Good evening, President Fuentes, trustees, and guests. Today I bring to you our mid-year review. It really is just a quick, it is actually and to Mr. Fuentes' point, it's supposed to be brief and just going over just where we're at in terms of LCAP, in terms of our mid-year. Oh, I'm doing something wrong. Maybe it's not wrong. Oh, there you go. So it's just a reflection on our progress towards achieving our district LCAP goals and priorities. The next thing I want to show, this is just, there you go. Our California State priority, oh, am I doing something wrong? Sorry. Okay, well, thank you. This is a crosswalk for the priorities. So we have, for our local control funding formula, which is how the LCAP is funded, we do have, there's 10 priorities as part of the LCAP. 2 of them, though, are for the COEs, for the County Office of Education. So we don't really address them. They're not for us, but we do have to address 8 of them. And so just real quickly, I know I reviewed this with you before. So we have priority 1, which are basic services. We have priority 2, state standards. Priority 3 is family engagement. Priority 4 is state assessments, the LPAC, the SBAC. Priority 5 is student engagement, attendance, chronic absenteeism. Priority 6 is anything with suspensions, expulsions. Priority 7 is course access, making sure that students have electives and math and reading, the core courses that they need in school. And then priority 8 is student assessments, or outcomes, but that's more of our local. So for us, it's the STAR assessment. So I'll review some of that with you, but this crosswalk kind of helps us to determine as a district where in our goals our priorities live, basically. It's kind of like the home of our priorities. Go to the next one. Thank you. So our goal 1 is academic achievement. And just real quick, just go back. I'm sorry, can you go back? Sorry about that. I did want to point out that we do have 3 goals with our LCAP. Those are our general goals I'll review with you. But goals 4 through 7, we have equity multiplier schools, and so we have 4 of them. But those goals live at the school sites because the funds go to the school sites, but we do have them as part of our regulations with the state, with the CDE, that they live in our LCAP. But I also wanted to bring those to your attention so you see where those goals are for those schools. And every school has their own goal and separate goal, but I wanted to show you that kind of where the crosswalk is for those 4 schools. Okay, thank you. So our first goal for academic achievement is that we, as a district, we are committed to ensuring the academic achievement of all students through culturally responsive and high-quality teaching and learning, where all students are supported in a multi-tier system of supports to reach grade levels mastery of all content standards. Next one, please. So first off, these are metrics. We reviewed these last year. You'll get these again, but this is just a quick, so you can read through where we're at in terms of our metrics and through the mid-year. For the first one, priority 1A, we have about 7.51 of our teachers that are not fully credentialed, and they're STIPs or they're PIPs, they're interns, and so this is typical because some of our teachers might be clearing their credentials. We also had, for priority 1B, 100% of our students get instruction that are standards aligned. That's every day, all of our students, all of our teachers teach standard-based instruction. And then priority C is our maintenance and operations, or facilities, apologize. Where 97.7 of our school sites have a good or exemplary rating. And it's that's normal because some schools maybe they need to update certain things. That's normal for our MRF. But I think at 97.7 in a district our size and with our schools, kudos to our MOF team that just an amazing job. Next one, please. So for our next metric, which is 2B. making sure that all of our English learners receive their ELD. We do. All of our kids receive the ELD instruction. They all, and the way we can measure that is through the schedules or even through lesson plans, whatever it is, but we make sure that all of our English learners receive their designated language development courses. So for the next metrics, this is more about, so anything with in priority 4 is metrics. It's the CASP, it's the LPAC, it's the CAS, the California Science Test. And so just, you received this data before, and it's just a summary on our LCAP in terms of where we're at. And just a quick review for English language arts, our students last year, at the end of last year, scored at negative 60.4 below standard for English language arts, for math at negative 98.5 below standard. And then we have our STAR, and this is our winter of 2025. So in STAR reading, we did have 31.1% of our students scored at met or exceeds, which is a 3 or 4. And then for math, 20.1% of our students at met or exceed, which is 3 or 4 on our standardized testing and reporting, which we also say STAR, when you hear me say STAR. And then priority 4E, this is our LPAC, or English Language Proficiency Summative Exam for our English learners. So we had 51.6 of our English learners that are making progress. And so we're at, in terms of our dashboard, we're at a medium, which is where we want to be medium or above that. We also have, in terms of our estimated reclassification, we're at 13.33%. As of February of 2025, and we use, to be able to reclassify students, they have to score a 4 in LPAC. The teachers are part of that decision making, and then also the STAR reading. Next one, please. So also for priority 7A, and this is all of our course offerings for our students. All of our students receive or have access to different classes. And also 100% of our low-income foster youth and English language learner students, they also receive or have access to different courses in our district. And then enrollment for our special education students, all of our students have their IEPs, and we have meetings depending on if it's yearly or if it's the triennials, but we continue to have IEPs for all of our special education students. For our next priority, we have for our students that are testing in STAR, we had, and I already said this, but it repeats in the LCAP, we're at 31.1% of our students in the STAR at met or exceed, and 20.1, and I said earlier in math, at met or exceed. So this is kind of what I'm going to show you, these are all of our actions, and I presented this LCAP at the end of last year and gave you that big, I didn't want to bring you that big book for you, but this is basically a summary. And so basically what we going over is what is in full implementation, what is we're on, in progress, and what is not being implemented. Some of these items, and I'll go over it with you, when it says not implemented, it's not that it's not happening, but either there's a pause because we did another program, and if it's in progress, it's because maybe it's something that happens in the summer. So like summer camps, it hasn't been used because it's happening in the summer of 2025. Or like NYSP that I'll go over, it's because it happens in the summer. So the funds haven't been used because of that. And in some of them, also, we might be using a different funding source, like Educator Effectiveness Grant, and I'll go over that with you as well. So all of the actions 1 through 5, they're in full implementation. So we're right where we need to be for all of these 5 actions. Next one, please. Our goals in LCAP Goal 1, 6 through 10 are also in full implementation. And also, one little thing, there's going to be some that you're going to see an N right next to it. We do have to include them as part of our LCAP. It's our title, and any kind of our title money is included in the LCAP. However, when you see the N, it's just that we're not using LCFF to contribute to that action. So you'll see the N, so that's what that means, that it is part of our goals, it's part of the work that we do, but it's not using LCFF funds. Okay, thank you. So we have in our goals of 11 through 15, again, all of the goals are in full implementation. We continue with what we're doing. On 1.13, I just did want to call out that in terms of all of our PD and Summer Institute, for our feedback from last year with our parents and with our associations, it was to continue with the Summer Institute for our teachers, our aides. Last year we did a 1 day for the aides, and that was, again, very positive. They want to continue to do that for moving forward for next year as well. For 1.14, again, you see the end, it's not contributing in terms of LCFF. You know what, I think I need to, can you go back one? I apologize. So 1.7, this was one of the feedback from our DLAC parents was to continue with the multilingual programs. They want us to keep dual immersion. They want us to keep moving forward with what were the plans that we have for Harris, for Voorhees, and for Stern. And so that came out of our DLAC feedback. All right, and then one more. Thank you. 116 to 120, they're all in full implementation, all of our goals. 1.16, this was the feedback by our student group that they love the STEAM, they love the robotics, they want us to keep a PLTW. And so that was feedback from our kids that I met back in November. For 1.18, that was different groups, actually from all our groups, from all of our parent groups want the books, making sure that we upgrade libraries, have classroom libraries. Our students, one of the things from students was that they just don't want at grade level, they want some books that are maybe a little bit easier to read or even harder to read. And I had some students that said that, I think one student was in 7th grade and they said, I read at a 10th grade level, I need you to put books that are 10th grade level. So I thought, that's a fair statement from a student. So we need to work on making sure that we also have different levels for our kids. And also our associations, last year in our notes, we had that they requested an increase in diversity of books in all the schools in regards to books in the libraries. 1.20, gifted and talented. This is from our day pack parents. They also asked to keep this. They want to make sure that we do have teachers or that we do have staff that are also preparing our students are advanced. So not just kids that maybe need assistance, but maybe students that need extra support or they're advanced. They want all that training as well. So that was from our day pack parents. The next one, so 21 through 25 is full implementation. 1.21, the feedback from our DLAC was, again, to continue DI programs. That was part of what they said. They also want to make sure that we keep the support at the district office for the schools and the teachers and the training. At 1.22, there was feedback these are from all of our groups, all of our parents and our kids, that they love anything VAPA, music, choir, all of that. So that was a big one from our students that they want to continue to keep that action. For 1.24, also was our day pack specifically said that they want to keep our Proud Academy, continue with those supports with our all of our kids. So for 1.25, again, that's not contributing. However, we are using a different fund for that. We're using our Learning Recovery Grant, and this was extremely highly regarded by all of our parents. We did our teachers did an awesome job of providing the tutoring at the beginning of the school year, those 14 hours, and we're going to continue that for next year. And that was something that it was a huge thing for our teachers, so I was really appreciative of that because the parents were just over the moon with that action. Our next two are summer academies and NYSP. So it's not in full implementation because that happens in the summer, and so that's why it's not necessarily in full implementation. But other than that, the others are in full implementation. 1.30 is our tutoring. So not all of our schools do the after-school tutoring for English learners, so that's why it's in progress. Some schools choose to do a Saturday academy, some don't. So it's in progress because some are doing it and some are not doing it. Next one, please. And then the last three are teacher intervention specialists as in full implementation, and that again, that's in terms of our district advisory committee, our DAC, they wanted to continue with that. And also one of our surveys, our parent surveys, it was a lot of the parents also wanted to keep, and the community to keep the reading intervention specialists at the school sites. And then the last two are not contributing, but the 1.32, we don't have that in implementation yet. We were trying to make sure that we provided every school with the reading intervention teachers, a certificated in the school. So we have that going, so now we can work on trying to get teacher tutors. Some schools also already have teacher tutors at the school sites, and so that's going to be something we need to work on, to how can we recruit teacher tutors that are certificated to be teacher tutors. So we're going to keep working on how to go forth for next year with that action. And then Virtual Enterprise Junior Ventures, that's not contributing to that, but however, our students in every session, every year, always want more financial literacy. They always want to know, how do they open a bank account? That's the most common one, is how do you even open a bank account? How much do you need to open a bank account? So this is not necessarily financial literacy, but it's kind of a type of financial literacy in terms of kids learning how to create a business. And so we have some schools, Emerson and Sierra, that are doing this virtual enterprise. It's the first year we're doing it. And so we're kind of learning as we go regarding virtual enterprise. And I know the high school has at different places of virtual enterprise. So our second goal, BCSD is committed to supporting the social, emotional, mental, and physical health of all students, families, and staff through a culturally responsive and trauma-informed multi-tier system of support. And some of our metrics, we have our attendance rate, of course. Currently, we're at 92.89. For our TK through 8 and chronically absent, it was at 23.5. And then in terms of the CALPAS, the end of the year CALPAS report for our 7th through 8th grade, we have a 5C. We have a 0.56 of students that didn't graduate. That's through the CALPAS report. Then we have, in terms of suspension rate, 2.6 suspension rate, and then we have a 0.08 expulsion rate. Go to the next one. So for our next metrics, we have 3 through 8th grade results in terms of the spring. This is a survey that we give out to the students through our own survey that we have with Hanover. And so our kids, in terms of just a quick review, is that 85% of our students feel welcome at our schools, 72 feel that they belong at the school, 64 like school, 87% of our students feel that there's an adult at the school that cares about them, 84% feel safe in their classroom, and 80% feel safe going to and from school. Next one. So for our 2.1, or for the goal 2, 1 through 5, we're in full implementation with the exception of student clubs and activities. And the only reason that that's not implemented is not that it's not happening, but schools are choosing to use their own funding. They have Title I funding, they have LCFF, and so they're choosing to use their own funding for different clubs at their school sites. For the next goals, 6 through 10, we have full implementation of all of these goals. They're all in full force. And so for 2.6, for the youth services specialist, the feedback from all of our parent groups was, we had a lot of parents that talked about that their kids were meeting with the YSS, or the youth services specialist. So we want to, they asked for us to continue with this goal. For 2.7, it's not contributing, but I know that we've heard from different groups that they do like having their own psychologists at each school, and also the behavioral health therapists. I know that was a big one for my parents as well, making sure that our junior high, middle schools have the behavior therapist. And that was coming from the parents. For 2.8, we did with Dr. Fullingworth, he did those modules for all of our staff, and so it was a lot of our staff was very They spoke very highly of those modules that they were able to get on and learn in terms of SEL lessons. So it was a great turnout, and a lot of people, a lot of our staff were able to take some of the time and do those modules. For 2.9, one of the big feedbacks from our DLAC, DAPAC, our DAC, and our Special Education Committee, they also wanted us to continue with the toolbox. I know a lot of them have had Liz Teruno come out to their meetings and do the training. Also through Parent University, there was a course with that, and so they want to continue with their toolbox, not just at the school sites, but also for our parents. And one of the feedback last year from our association was to continue with their social emotional learning toolkit and also offer it to our parents, which is what we've been doing. The next slide. So 11 through 15 is in full implementation as well. For 214, it has 0, but that's because right now they have currently they have a grant with Chevron, and so they're using some of that money to pay for the student leadership. So we have student leadership, and then we also have a girls' conference. Next. And so 16 through 19 are in full implementation. For 2.16, overwhelmingly for our students, they wanted to keep sports. They want to keep sports all year long, actually. They wanted to just do sports all day, all year. And then for some of our parents as well, they wanted to keep the sports as well in their school sites. And then for 2.17, this was a feedback that in terms of student safety, making sure that we do keep our campus supervisors at each school site for the sake of safety around the campus. The next one, please. So for FACE, we have our goal is that Bakersfield City School District is committed to increasing the level of participation and engagement of all parents, families, and community members to ensure culturally responsive and high-quality student learning where all students reach grade level mastery of all content standards. And so for our metrics, for our parent guardian survey, we had about 93% of parents feeling welcome in their child's school. And for SELPA, we are still, every student, of course, still has an IEP. We involve the parents as part of the IEP process as well. For Parent University, we currently have 901 parents registered. We have 191 parents, that's amazing, 191 with perfect attendance, that's amazing. And then as of now, we have 225 that are eligible to graduate in April. For our District Advisory Committee, or our DAC, we have 82% of schools with parent representation. For our District African American Parent Advisory Committee, or DAPAC, we have 67% of schools and parent participation. Then for our next one, for our DLAC, we increased from 59% parent representation to 71% this year. Next metric. For our, so we don't have our first data point yet because our LCAP is still going on, our survey, so we don't have that data yet. But for also for our special education advisory committee, we have 54% of schools that are represented in our meetings with CAC. Next one. And so for our LCAP 3, we have 6 goals. And so we have all of them in full implementation, including the Parent Center. The only reason I put in progress is because they're still working on King, and King is in process, but it's not full implementation, but it's still, they're still working on at the King, for the King Parent Center, or also the health clinic. So in 3.1, our parents overwhelmingly, I can't say that word, maybe, I can't say, thank you. They were very appreciative of the FACE liaisons at every school. They also, the representatives too. We have, they do a lot of behind the scenes work with their families, and they do a lot of stuff that sometimes maybe we don't see. And so they were seeing a lot of stories of the things that they do. So they just want to continue with that in terms of all of our organizations. Then for 3.2, we have parent education, but this is a part that's Title I. And so every school, and for us, we also use Title I as parent involvement. That's part of what we need to do with Title I. And then for 3.4, all of our parents wanted to continue with Parent Square. They were very complimentary and just want to continue with Parent Square as a communication process and platform. So And that's kind of it's a mid-year review, just a quick place where we're at in terms of LCAP.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I guess I'll start. So one of the things I've noticed attending the LCAT meetings is that some parents come with a wish list of things they wish we'd give them. And I wonder, as you were assembling some of those results, did anyone ask for Reach for Greatness?
I don't know if they specifically asked for that, but when I look at that, it's mentorship. So I don't remember right now off the top of my head if they asked specifically. So we sit there and we type everything that everybody that wants.
Right.
But right now, at the top of my head, I can't remember if they said that. I just finished one set. I have my meeting with our professional associations on Thursday, but with the parents, I can't remember right now if they specifically asked that.
The second thing I was going to ask is, versus the version that we saw earlier in the year, what changes have you made to the LCAT based off the parent feedback?
From last year's?
Yeah, or like on this document,
So,
from your original draft,
yes.
What kind of changes have you made based off local community input?
So last year's we didn't change. So last year when I presented to you in June, that we don't make any changes. We will make changes right now when we're doing the educational feedback. So this is when we start getting the feedback. Then I'll come back and say, based on what some of our families or our educational partners said, then we can make changes. What I was doing is calling out some of the things that from the previous year they told us that, or the feedback they received, so we made a few changes, or we keep it. So sometimes some of our family or some of our parents will say, make sure that we keep this, or our association will say, can you please make sure that you integrate, for example, the A training. That was something that was brought up, and how do we make sure that we provide professional development for different groups? And so we brought the special ed A training last year in June. But we don't change it at all. It hasn't changed from the final in June. That hasn't changed. But as we gave feedback, we can.
Then we'll make the changes.
Yeah.
The last thing I was going to ask is, one of the things that came up in one of the meetings at Parent University was, and I noticed in the data, just over 50% of our schools are represented in the CAC, especially given what happened tonight. One of the complaints the parents were making is that CAC is, I think, at the same time as DAC. And so,
PALS.
Or PALS.
PALS,
So
yes.
but
we already made that change for next year because when I went to all these meetings, the first thing that came out of all of them, they said, did you know? And I said, oh my gosh. And so when I started the meeting, I think it was with my day pack committee, I started with, and I'm going to make the change for the PALS. Like, well, that was the first thing I was going to tell you. So actually, to your point, yes, we're making that change. And actually, we already have the meetings. I don't know if Nick is in here. We already talked to Nick. We already made the change. We already did it.
Not on anything.
Yes.
We are set, and we were first come, first served.
Yeah, so we're ready to go for next year.
That's awesome. I hope that will increase participation.
Yes, agreed.
I think that's one of the things that brought it down.
Yes.
Under parent education, I myself, I'm doing Living Solutions for the third time. I did it in English, Spanish, and now I'm doing it in Spanish again as a refresher. It's great, but I think we need to look at when the school sites are scheduling it, because some of them are doing it at the same time as the PALS. So you are having parents to choose from, do I go to my PALS monthly meeting, or do I go to my Loving Solutions?
Got it.
Or any or
when
prayer
this,
project.
so like the same face department, they're doing two different
Yes.
events. Okay.
So I think
Okay.
because it's a lot of money.
Yes.
You know.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
I had a question for the Hanover research. Was that the full list of topics that were discussed, or were those only the ones that?
There's just some of the biggest ones that came at us, but we can definitely come back and share with you. It was just a mid-year review, so I don't want to bring the whole list.
Yeah, I was just curious because I feel like it would be good to know.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, we're not going to get higher on everything every year. That's not possible.
Right.
But I think to get a better picture, to look at all of the elements would be helpful.
Okay.
But I think it's awesome that we have higher numbers compared to last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any discussion, questions? All righty, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Moving on to item H, business services. Number 1, Assistant Superintendent's report. Ms. Sherry Gladden, Assistant Superintendent Business Services, will provide us with a brief department update.
Good evening. I have no formal report tonight, and I think to keep things brief, I will limit my comments. I have several items on the agenda related to our school facility operations, and I will let the board, if you have any questions on the items, I am happy to field any questions as you go through them.
Much appreciated, thank you. The number 2, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Annual Report. It is recommended that the annual report for the Citizens Bonds Oversight Committee be received as a matter of record.
This is Chris, so moved.
Thank you.
This is Laura, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that one? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 3, declaration of surplus property and authorization to donate surplus property. It is recommended that the board declare the gates removed from the 1229 Baker Street as surplus property and authorize the donation of the surplus property to the nonprofit organization Animal Solutions.
I move that we approve.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you, thank you. Any discussion on that one?
I was just curious what that organization is. I hadn't heard of it before.
Animal Solutions is one of our neighbor properties.
Oh.
She is currently, if you see the church building
It's
across
the
the
new
street from
one,
us,
right?
Yeah.
remodeling
Okay, that
it
makes
for
sense.
an
That's why
animal
I hadn't
education.
heard of it, because it's
Yeah.
in the works. Okay.
Yes, and I thought it was like tell me if I'm wrong, because the state law changed, and so now vet techs can fix certain animals or do certain interventions with animals. It was gonna provide those services for people.
I think that's a goal of hers to provide
got
it for the animals that she rescues.
Got it.
But right now she's focusing on the animal education.
I'm excited about that.
I know, isn't that cool?
Any other discussion? Okay, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item number 4, public hearing on proposed list of facility projects for state school facility program funding. This is a public hearing, so the public hearing on the proposed list of facility projects for the state school facility program funding is now open at 10:13.
Is Kathy Kolaski still here? Because Franklin's on the top.
Comments, etc. Discussion? We good? All right. The hearing is now closed at 10:13. Number 5, adoption of the resolution of 2025-11 authorizing filing of applications for the State Allocation Board administered programs. It is recommended that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2025-11 authorizing the district to submit applications to state school facility funding through programs administered by the State Allocation Board.
Laura, I move that.
I'll second.
Thank you, and thank you. Any discussion on that one? Questions? Great. Any, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item number 6, adoption of the resolution 2025-12, eligibility determination funding. It is recommended that the Board of Education adopt resolution 2025-12, authorizing the district to submit applications for state school facility funding through programs administered by the State Allocation Board.
Make a motion.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that one? Awesome. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 7, authorization to accept the conveyance of 1225 Baker Street property from Frank and Veronica Altamirano. Fiscal impact is $75,000. It is recommended the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services be authorized to accept the conveyance of 1225 Baker Street property from Frank and Veronica Altamirano and take all other actions necessary to close escrow.
This is Chris, so moved.
This is Laura, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that one?
Oh man, we could have used that parking today.
Yeah, I was gonna just clarify for everyone that was parking, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Any other questions, comments? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Item I is Human Resources. Number 1, Assistant Superintendent's report. Mrs. Christine Cornejo, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, will provide a brief department update.
Thank you, President Fuentes. I'd like to share with the board this evening that we had a very successful teacher job fair on February 1st. We had a lot of candidates come through our job fair. We interviewed 236 individuals within a 5-hour period, and that's thanks to our administrators that took that time off to come and assist us on that Saturday. We did make 72 conditional offers of employment, 56 for our general education division and 11 for our special education program, and we picked up 5 single subjects.
Nice.
Yeah, so we were very excited to have that. There's a lot of great energy coming from the candidates, and so we're happy to add them to our Team BCSD. Lastly, I'd like to thank our HR department and our new teacher development team that every year comes out and works very hard before the job fair, during the job fair, and then the work continues right after that. So I'd like to thank them and all of our principals and our administrators that came out and interviewed. So that is my report. I do have several items for the board's consideration for approval, and I'll just let you take a look at that, and if there's any questions I can
I do want to say that at the job fair, I love that you hire on the spot. We don't want them to go anywhere else, and then they're not having to deal with a nerve-wracking second or third interview, so I love that.
Absolutely. And, I thank you for reminding me. I wanted to do a shout out to our school nurses as well. We had a couple out there, and they were actually doing TB risk assessments on the spot for all of our candidates. So that saved some time, and we're trying to streamline everything and make it as easy as possible for our incoming team members.
That's so great. Conditional employment on the clearance of the TB.
Yes. There you go.
All righty then, moving on to item 2, 25-26 school calendar of Bakersfield City School District. It is recommended that 2025-2026 school calendar of the Bakersfield City School District be approved.
This is Laura, I move that we approve it.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that one?
Yes. Ooh. You know, so some years ago, as I was an involved parent at Voorhees, you know, just like any other school site, the 100th day of school is very important. And I had to question our superintendent, how come the 100th day of school is not on this calendar? It's something really big. It's a milestone for our kids, our family, for staff. You know, I used to see kids doing the gumball shirts with 100 gumballs, a kid with 100 beans in a glass mason jar. We told him we couldn't take it on campus, right, because no glass. So we gave him a plastic mayonnaise jar that we took from the the parent center, washed it out and put the 100 beans in there. But I just wanted to share that with you, that if there's a date out there that's just as important as the 100th day of school, I mean, are we open for suggestions, Mr. Luque?
I want to comment that I feel like the celebration of that is kind of dependent on the teacher, because I've had my son celebrate that, and then there's some years where it's not the focus. Maybe they have more important things to do. So I don't know if that's case by case, or maybe it's more of like a school-wide system, but I looked forward to it. Like, it is cool. Yeah. And especially when they dress up like 100-year-olds. Yeah. I like that.
And it's on isn't it on the calendar that we get from, like when I go to Parent University, there's a calendar? Is the 100 days is on there, right? The one that FACE does?
I don't know about that.
We'll have to check that, because that's more parent focused. And correct me if I'm wrong. Ms. Cornejo, isn't this calendar more for operations and like?
It is our school calendar, and it does include the 100-day.
Yes.
It does?
Yes, it does.
I do feel like it's good to have a celebration of school again at that point in time, because that's around the time where everybody's starting to really feel it. So
where we drag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Cool. Any more discussion on that one? Righty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item number 3, resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of services. It is recommended that the Board of Education adopt the attached amended resolution regarding the reduction of certificated employees. Motions. Discuss before we have a motion? I don't.
We can't. We have to have a motion.
We have to have a
We have to have a motion.
This is Chris. I move that we table item I3.
Okay. Any second to that motion?
All right, let's do something else.
Okay, so resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of service.
This is the one where we get rid of the teachers. or they get moved to other places?
No, we don't get rid of them. It was amended earlier, right?
Which I think was.
I'm gonna second
part of
Chris's motion so that we can
Right.
discuss, please. Discussion.
I, again, don't feel like we were presented with enough options. I do feel like we were given one option, and that was the option for a while. We held on to that, and then all of a sudden there was another option, which, speaking to, I don't think is entirely bad. I have worked through the cycle of having special ed classes integrated or mainstreamed, and I've seen that, and I've seen the worry that people have. I had concerns about that at one time, and there can be some very positive outcomes to that. Not for everyone, but I do think for some students, it is something that is worth looking into and pushing forward. I think that there's just a lot of miscommunication of what is happening. I feel like there was a lot of miscommunication as far as parents thinking that they're not gonna have a say in the IEP, which was huge.
Yeah, that's scary.
Like that was what was creating a lot of the fear. So.
And I guess the motion for me to table was because of that. Like, I feel like there's still input to take from the community on this process. And maybe this is not the action that we end up taking, but I don't think we can vote on this based on where we're at right now. Or I can't. I don't want to vote on this yet.
Also, those letters are still somewhere in the mail, and it just, everybody deserves, all of the parents that were here need to be at the same pace, not, oh, we'll do this, and then, oh, you got the letter after the fact. I just, but at the same time, at the same time, by tabling it, it gives everybody the opportunity to meet with district staff and one-on-one, what your needs are and what your rights are, go over everything, if this is something you're interested in, if not, you know, because it's not for everybody. It's, this shouldn't be a decision that one size fits all. You know, with everybody is different, and we need to be mindful, we need to be respectful of the parents' decision in their education. And of more than anything, we need to be in line with their IEPs.
I don't think we can entirely blame the postal system, because we've all been aware that since the Bakersfield distribution was cut, it slows down. So I think we need to take some responsibility for that too, and just make sure that we're sending things out ahead of time, or maybe it's a mistake. If like we're really deciding that last minute, like we shouldn't be trying to push it through because we know the postal service is slow.
And Mike, you had some?
Yeah. Where's the plan? You know, where's the input from everybody, all the stakeholders? I mean, I could understand this plan being something that we now start and come up with and bring in the stakeholders until we all understand, but we're planning, even delaying it a month, you still plan on implementing it in 5 or 6 months. And say, hey, this is the way it is. And, you know, you talk about training teachers, part of a 2-day in-service, that's not gonna be enough time. And I think that there needs to be a committee or a plan put together so that this could be successful. And I think rushing into it at this point in time for the, you know, 25-26 school year, it's not gonna work. It's just, there's not enough input, there's not enough knowledge, and I think it's just a direction that I think we should not go into, because it's not ready to go. But I certainly recommend looking at putting together a plan, putting together the ideas, and then bringing it forward. But it can't be done in 1 month, and it can't be done in 4 months.
I agree too that by tabling it, we're basically saying we're gonna push it forward in some capacity, and I again would like to look at other points of view. I don't feel like we had a lot of input in the process, and I think that there are always other options. Those options may not be known or available to us, but there are. And if we demand to see other options as a board, then we can look at some other options, and maybe what's gonna come of this is there are gonna be some teachers that are reassigned, but maybe not the number we initially thought. Maybe that will be part of the bigger plan, and then we'll have to move to cut something else. But I agree, and I will not be voting to table because lack of selection.
So it procedurally, we could vote no on tabling, but someone will need to make a separate motion. The motion does not have to be to pass.
Right.
It doesn't have to be to pass the resolution. It could be a motion to not pass the resolution and we just vote yes on that. But we need an alternative motion after we vote on this one.
Yes, and we have a motion and a second, so we do
We
have to vote on tabling the item. The only thing I would like to contribute myself to the discussion is I do want to thank Mark as well as the association leaders, Steve, Dynamite, for being communicative about this, especially once people became more aware of the issue and it became a larger issue within our community. I believe that folks were very receptive to looking at this in a close way, and that's why we have an amended resolution that we're even looking at. So I do want to give some credit to the leaders of in our district, within the associations, and the superintendent himself.
I want to second that and say also too that Mr. Luque, is human also, and he makes mistakes, but it shows a lot when the leaders step up and acknowledge that maybe communication has not been the best. So I appreciate that about his response tonight.
We have a motion and a second. We ready to vote?
Yeah, vote on this, we can move on to another.
Cool, so we're looking at tabling this resolution. That would effectively move it to next month, but it would not change it. So we'll do a roll call vote on this one, and I'll just go down the line from the end, starting with you, Mr. Eggert.
No.
CCB?
Nope.
Brooke?
No.
Laura?
No.
And I'm a no as well. Do I have a different motion for item I3?
Yes.
I bring a motion to the floor.
Two.
Well, no, because we'll go for the yes or no's.
So, but you have to make a motion, you have to say it. So I recommend the amended resolution not be passed or be passed.
Okay,
Just say one of the
okay. I make a motion that the amended resolution not be passed.
Second. Awesome.
Okay, we have a motion from Mike and a second from Brooke. Do we have discussion on this particular motion? Which is a different motion.
Do you want to repeat the motion? Because I think.
So I believe the motion is to reject this amended resolution.
Yes, so voting yes means we don't support the resolution.
Voting yes would mean that we are rejecting the amended resolution.
Yes.
I3. Any discussion on it?
I think this is the best option because it communicates that we're open to other options. If we just tabled it, it kind of feels like we're trying to push it forward, so I think this is the best option.
Okay. Any other discussion? We good? We'll do another roll call vote. Mr. Eggert?
No. Wait, yes, sorry, yes. Sorry, I know you.
It's 10:30, you're good.
Sorry, okay.
Dr. Chris Boone.
All right.
Yes.
If she hits me in the shoulder, you know.
I did beat
Laura?
my Smith.
And I'm a yes as well. Okay. Yeses have it. We have rejected that particular motion. Moving on to item number 4, adoption of the resolution regarding reduction of classified staff. So it is recommended that the resolution regarding the reduction of classified services be adopted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris. I move to reject the recommended resolution regarding the reduction of classified services.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this one?
Yes.
Go ahead.
These positions are currently vacant, correct?
All of them.
But the ones that are, they're not being laid off. They're being, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, As was just shared earlier by our CCA president, Diana Mann, I can affirm that every person who was staffed in a position on that list has or will be reassigned into a position they qualify for.
For me, again, it's the lack of options. I feel like we had limited options to go elsewhere.
Any other discussion on this one?
How many of the positions in here relate to our special ed services? Are all of the aid positions that are unfilled right now currently special education paras, or are they? I don't know the classifications.
Ms. Cornejos, I believe,
Yeah,
is getting the
I'm
information.
looking here. We have 68 vacant positions that are listed on the classified surplus list. And let me see, and you asked how many special education positions, was that correct?
I'm confused. I thought it was 148 positions.
There's 148 positions, but I think, was your question not about
Oh, it's specific.
which of those was
Vacant?
related to special ed?
Was related to special ed, not vacant. But so,
So there are
I'm so confused.
71 aid to positions on the attachment, 71. Recognizing that in the aid to ranks of our district, we at any time have between 80 to 100 vacancies.
Yeah.
I do think we need to be fiscally responsible as a board, and I feel like getting rid of positions where nobody's being reassigned is a good start at this point in time. Is there any way we can move to pass that to eliminate those positions, or do we need to bring that up later?
It's all.
I think that would have to be
Okay.
a different resolution.
All right.
And so, could you repeat what you said? So out of those 148,
How many are, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, no, go, you're asking.
Out of those 148, exactly how many are vacant?
68,
68. And the other ones that are filled are being reassigned.
yes.
And we've been working with these positions being vacant. We've been,
Yes, absolutely. We always try to incorporate our vacant positions, and our last resort is to look at positions that have employees.
also,
Staffed.
a lot of these positions have been hard to fill, and they've been, people just haven't been applying, correct?
The vacant positions are vacant positions that we have frozen.
Okay.
So we just held them for this particular
Right.
resolution.
So 80 people are being reassigned.
Yes, right around there.
Let me clarify that. So 68 vacant,
Okay.
71 aid to positions. There's 139. So then there are
We have 8 lead school bus drivers. I'm sorry, 7.
7.
Mark, can you go back to what you said about the 71 A2 positions?
Yeah, so there are 71 A2 positions on this list for reassignment. But remember, in the special ed ranks, there are at any time between 80 to 100 vacancies. Right,
So what you're saying is they'll shift into a different aid position? So
potentially.
that's one of the reasons
Yeah.
I'm asking that is like the shifteroo, is that related to the conversation we were having earlier?
Well, it's related to, yes, yeah, in part, yes, and it's related to the IEP conversations in terms of the,
Yeah, of
so,
course.
yeah.
What I was trying to understand is like, are those 71 people shifting into the general education mainstreaming that we were discussing? Or are they shifting into the high needs like TK special ed classrooms are getting? Are they like, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Like,
and
I don't know.
the answer is in the IEP meetings.
Okay,
You know.
yeah, I don't know either,
Yeah,
yeah.
but with this decision tonight,
Sure.
we are where we are where we were, and we'll go forward if at all, so.
Mike?
Okay, so because the prior resolution that we voted down, this takes away the aspect of the special ed, inclusion, and all that aspect. So why are we going to be eliminating positions here when those were, that was the purpose for that, was those programs for special ed.
In this, yes, great point, Mr. Eggert. This is the reassignment. So in essence, there's no shift. So we're status quo, right? I mean, that's what the last action the board took was.
Right.
So in essence, I think that was the motion. The second is to reject this one as well, right?
Right. Okay. I just want, because it's like one, mutes the other because
So
that one was voted
But you have to take
down.
action on both.
Right, but not saying that something can't be the
So
wrong
if we
thing.
approve this motion, they will match.
And to be clear, frozen positions will still remain frozen positions and won't start costing the district money, right? No. So like the vacant positions aren't gonna be, they'll still be frozen.
They're on the, yes, and they're still on the books, yes.
While we figure this out.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
Any last discussion on this? Cool. Do another roll call vote for this one, Mr. Eggert. So the motion, yes, the motion would be to reject the resolution regarding the reduction of classified services.
So a yes vote is reject.
Thank you. Yes. That's right. Okay. Dr. CCB.
Yes.
Brooke?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. Moving on to item number 5, approval of certificated human resources report. It is recommended that the certificated human resources report be approved as submitted.
This is Laura, I move that we approve it.
This is Chris, I second.
Any discussion on that one?
I
Good.
just wanted to, sorry.
Go for it.
Sorry, never mind. Well, I was just gonna say, I can see a notable difference between the last couple of years, this time of year, and how many more teachers we retained. So, great job, team. Way to go.
Okay, that's an important point. Thank you. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item number 6, approval of the classified human resources report. It is recommended that the classified human resources report be approved as submitted.
I make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this one?
Yes. Just want to comment about the number of A2s that were hired. It was so nice to see the amount of new hires of A2s on there this month. So
Yes.
that's a good sign.
Yes, our team is working hard on those positions.
So happy to see that. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, moving on to letter J, the consent agenda. Let's see. Consent agenda, approval of consent agenda. It is recommended that the consent agenda be approved as submitted.
This is Chris, so moved.
This is Laura, I second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Item number K, closing items adjournment is recommended that the meeting be adjourned.
I move to adjourn.
Thank you.
This is Laura, I second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.